Will show the presence of the defendant and all counsel. The jury is not present. We are continuing a hearing we started back in January. Mr. Nurmi, Ms. Wilmot.
Thank you, Judge. The defense calls Scott Hughes.
Ms. Hughes, please come forward to be sworn.
Can you spell your first and last name for me?
Sky, S-K-Y, Hughes, H-U-G-H-E-S.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilmot.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Hughes. Can you tell us your full name, please?
Sky Lee Hughes.
And Ms. Hughes, are you married to Chris Hughes?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been married?
10 years.
10 years. Do you know Travis? Did you know Travis Alexander?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Travis?
We were good friends.
How did you meet him?
I met him at church.
And were you already married to Mr. Hughes at that point?
Sorry. No, I was not.
Okay. So you met him when you were still single?
Yes.
And about when was that?
In about 2001?
All right. And so had you known him continuously since then?
Yes.
Eventually, when you and Mr. Hughes got married, I take it you both were friends with him. Is that right?
Yes.
And did he come over to your house a lot?
Yes.
Did he spend a lot of time with you and Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
And eventually, you and Mr. Hughes have a son?
Yes.
And did he spend time with your son?
Yes.
Did he ever sleep over?
Yes.
Would he spend the weekends at your house?
Yes.
And would he go to church with you all together?
Yes.
All this time that you spent with him, I imagine you got very close to him?
Yes.
And you cared about him?
Very much.
And you loved him very much as well?
Yes.
In the last 4 years, since 2008, you've been interested in what's been going on in this case, right?
Yes.
And because of the care and so much how much you cared for Travis, I would imagine you care about what happens in this case, right?
Absolutely.
Because ultimately you would be hoping that Ms. Arias is convicted.
Yes.
And in the last 4 years, your interest has included contact with the prosecutor's office, right?
Yes.
And you've spoken with the victim witness advocate?
No.
Who have you spoken with?
I've spoken to Philip and Mr. Martinez.
Okay. Was there somebody else that you were going to say?
No.
Okay. So Philip, and just to be clear, that's Mr. Martinez's paralegal, right?
I believe so.
All right. And you've spoken to Mr. Martinez himself?
Yes.
And this is over the last 4 years?
Yes.
And you have been watching the trial since it started, right?
Yes.
And you've been watching it, I guess, because it's being live streamed?
Yes.
And when you're watching the trial, your contact with the county attorney's office is continuing, right?
Yes.
And when you're watching the trial, you're watching to see if there is any inconsistencies or things that might be helpful to the prosecution.
I watch to see if there's things that I remember or that are, inconsistent. Yes.
Okay, so in other words, if there's something that's helpful to the prosecution, you would have contact with the prosecution to let them know that.
If there's something that's helpful for Travis and his case, then I will let, the prosecution know.
Okay,
Yes.
and if it's helpful for Travis in his case, it would be helpful for the prosecution, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so your contact with Philip and Mr. Martinez has continued throughout this trial, right?
Yes, much less than in the beginning, but yes.
All right. And on January 15th, you received a call from the county attorney's office?
I don't know what date it was, but
The call about Gus Searcy.
I don't know the date, but I did get a call about Gus.
Okay. And who did you speak to about that?
Philip.
All right. And what did Philip tell you?
He asked me if I knew Gus Searcy. I said yes. And he says, how do you know him? And I said, he works with Chris in Legal Shield.
Okay. And do you remember, I know you don't know the date, but do you remember the time approximately of when you got the call?
I don't. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. Do you have any memory of whether it was morning or late night?
It wasn't late night.
Okay,
It was probably morning.
more morning
sometime,
time?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you communicate your conversation then to your husband?
Yes.
Uh,
I had to ask him for a phone number, so yes.
I'm sorry, you asked?
I asked Chris for Gus's phone number
Oh, why did you do that?
to give to Philip.
And because Philip wanted to have Mr. Searcy's number?
I just said I might have his number, let me get it.
Oh, okay. And so did you ultimately give it to Philip?
Yes.
And when you were talking to your husband about it, what is it that you told him?
I said, I need Gus's number. He says, why? I said, Philip needs it.
Okay. And did Philip tell you why he was asking about Mr. Searcy?
He said that the defense was going to be calling him.
Okay. And so, any other part of your conversation with your husband then about this?
No.
So, so you told Mr. Hughes, or your husband, that the prosecution was wondering why Mr. Searcy was being called?
No, he wasn't wondering why. He just asked for his number.
Because he was being called as a
Yeah.
witness? Okay. But that part you communicated to Mr. Hughes, your husband?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay. And were you present when your husband texted Gus Searcy?
No.
And were you present at all during the conversation that your husband had with Mr. Searcy?
No.
And did you talk to the county attorney's office again that day?
I don't think I did.
Okay. Did you call Philip back or Mr. Martinez back to discuss what the conversation that your husband had with Mr. Searcy was?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so did you never advise Philip that Mr. Searcy had a phone call, that Mr. Hughes had a
Oh,
phone
no,
call?
I said Chris talked to Gus.
Oh, okay. Do you have a memory as to when that was?
Maybe the next day or the day after that.
Okay.
I was talking about something else
To whom?
to Philip.
Oh, okay. You were talking about something else to Philip and then you also told him about the conversation with Mr. Searcy?
Yeah, I said Chris talked to Gus.
Okay. And did you summarize the conversation for Philip about what your husband talked to Mr. Searcy about?
No. I mean, I just said that he talked to him. He said, why? And I said he just talked to him about that they were going to be meeting together later. Chris was doing an event, a seminar, and Gus was going to be there.
Okay.
And that I asked him if it'd be okay if Gus and Chris saw each other, like if that was going to be a problem.
Okay. And what did Philip tell you?
He said, no, it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. And did Chris share with you the fact that he told Mr. Searcy that he thought that the defense was lying or like a snake?
I don't remember if he told me that or not. He just told me that Gus said that he had information that could hurt Jodi or help Jodi.
Okay. And anything else did he tell you about their conversation?
Not that I remember. That's basically what I remember from their conversation.
Okay. And then after you knew that your husband had spoken with Mr. Searcy, then it was a day or so later that you spoke to Philip and advised him of that?
Yeah. That's not why I called him. I called him about something else, and I just asked when I was on the phone if it would be okay because they were going to be at a seminar together.
Okay. Why did you call him?
Because I had remembered something, then I just thought he should know.
What did you remember?
Jodi had told a friend of ours that she got baptized for Travis. And I
And so you were
just
helping
letting
them.
Phil know that.
Okay. And did the prosecution ever advise you or your husband, at least to your knowledge about your husband, that you were listed as defense witnesses?
No,
They never told you that?
no. Well, I asked him if he was going to be using me
Mm-hmm.
to testify. He said he didn't think he would be. And I said, what about the defense? He says, I don't know if the defense is using you or not.
And when you say he, are you talking about Mr. Martinez specifically?
Yes. We hadn't received a subpoena or anything.
Okay. But he didn't tell you specifically that you were listed or not listed? He just said he didn't know?
No, he didn't say he didn't know. He just said he didn't know. I didn't ask him if we were listed. I asked him if we were going to testify or not, and he said, I don't know if you're going to testify or not for them.
Okay. Right, so he said that he didn't know if we had called you, we're going to be calling you to testify.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And so I take it also you were never advised then not to watch anything on the media?
No.
All right. And you have been continually watching this case since it started in trial, right?
Yes.
All right. That's all, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the prosecutor never advised you to tell your husband to talk to Mr. Searcy, correct?
Correct.
And the prosecution never told you to contact any witness to attempt to influence them in any way, correct?
Correct.
And if there were any calls that were made at that juncture, they were mostly between you and Philip, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the issue involving Gus Searcy, he called you and asked you about Gus Searcy, and you provided a telephone number, right?
Right.
At no time did Philip ever indicate that Mr. Hughes was to talk to Mr. Searcy, correct?
Correct.
And then later on, a couple of days later, you called for a different reason, and at that point, you asked Philip whether or not it was okay if Mr. Searcy and Mr. Hughes saw each other at a seminar that they were both attending.
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Redirect.
Ms. Hughes, the prosecutor or the prosecutor's office knew that you were watching the trial, right?
I don't know what they knew.
Well, I mean, you were reporting to them throughout the trial. You've been reporting what you've seen and anything that can help, right?
Objection is characterization that she's reported. I think that there's 2 instances that have been talked about, but no reporting.
Restate your question.
Well, Judge, you've had contact with the prosecutor's office throughout the trial, right? That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah, here and there. Yeah.
Okay. So when you're contacting the prosecution, you're talking about what you've seen. Some of the times you're talking about what you've seen, right?
You make it sound like I was like watching and then calling real fast. Like it wasn't like that. Like sometimes people would text me, hey, what about this? You know, is this important? And if people would send me an email, or I would see like when the t-shirt thing came up, then I called and told them something that I remembered that might have to do with that.
Okay, so with the t-shirt thing, obviously it would be obvious then that you were watching the trial if you're talking to them about the t-shirt.
Well, I actually didn't see that part in the trial. I received a text from Taylor Searle, and he said if Travis had a t-shirt made, he would have gone through me. We had a t-shirt business together. I never made that t-shirt. And I said, what t-shirt? And he told me.
Okay, so the specific t-shirt example wasn't because you were watching trial?
No.
Okay, you said that you would receive text messages and emails?
Yeah.
From whom?
Well, not me specifically. Somebody had sent a message to Chris on Facebook, and I don't know. They're not like a friend of his. It's some random person.
Okay, so you would receive those and do what with it?
I just called and said, hey, this person said this, and he said, okay, thank you.
Okay, you would call who? Philip?
I called Philip, I think.
Okay, so any helpful information you would call the prosecutor's office? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. And when you got the call from Philip about Gus Searcy, he never advised you not to have any contact with Mr. Searcy, right?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Stepdown. Any other witnesses?
Judge, we do have Mr. Searcy is present. As I explained yesterday, we had no intent on calling him as a witness, but the state has advised us this morning that they were not interested in Mr. Searcy's further testimony. I know the court, seemingly the court may have had questions for him as well related to the phone number. I don't know if those questions persist or not. He is here today. I'll bring him in. The court also ordered that he be restricted from doing interviews at this point in time, and he is asking that that restriction be released. So we'd like to make record of that this morning, that no party has any more interest in him, and release from his subpoena and restrictions.
Any objection?
No objection. I would note that the conversation that we had on the record yesterday was involving Mr. Searcy was whether or not he was to appear telephonically. And we all agreed that if there was a need for him to appear, it would be fine with everybody that it was telephonic. And the state would then indicate at some point, if we needed him, that we could just get him on the phone. So while he's here, I suspect he just wants the limelight, but I have no questions for him.
All right, I will release Mr. Searcy from his subpoena and the previous order that he not participate in any media interviews. Mr. Searcy, I'm releasing you from your subpoena. You are free to go, and you may participate in media interviews at your discretion. All right, thank you for being here. Other witnesses?
Judge, well, yes, we're going to try to get a hold of Ms. Juban. The other issue being Ms. Hughes is here. We have a subpoena for which to serve her on as a potential witness for the trial, and we would ask that, well, we're going to do that now, but also that she be excused from any further proceedings and be restricted from watching the trial, as was the order previously.
All right, Ms. Hughes, you are going to be receiving a subpoena here momentarily. What that means is that you should not discuss anything about your testimony with anyone other than the attorneys, and you should not watch the proceedings from this point forward. All right? Mr. Nurmi?
Judge, it appears we're not going to be able to call Ms. Jubon today. So no further witnesses today.
I'm wondering what the reason would be. Do we have a working number, or or what the problem is?
Well, Mr. Nermy, are you at liberty to discuss why we can't have the witness testify today?
We're not able to get a hold of her.
All right.
Judge, my understanding is that the number that we have is not working. So there's a problem with that.
Well, in any event, she's not available. Do you have anything else that you want to present in terms of evidence related to your pending motion?
No, Your Honor, not in terms of evidence at this time. Something tells me we will in the future as this trial goes on, but not at this time.
Mr. Martinez, anything you want to present at this point?
There has nothing that been shown. The issue involves Chris and Sky Hughes. There has nothing that has been shown that indicates that they did anything improper or that the state did anything improper. They may want to call anybody in the rest of the world, but that will not add anything to this inquiry. So I'm asking the court to find that there is no prosecutorial misconduct.
Well, now that the state has informed us they don't have any surprise witnesses popping out of the room, I guess we can go to the argument portion of this. There has been, and what the case law tells us, Judge, is if misconduct of the prosecution so infects the proceedings with unfairness that Ms. Arias cannot receive a fair trial, then a mistrial is warranted based on prosecutorial misconduct. And it is our position that we are there and then some. In that regard, as far as what misconduct has occurred during the course of this trial, there's been so much, and there's been so much that has preceded this trial, that I could go on for hours. But instead, I'll just limit it to what I might call a greatest hits list. Even as it relates to this hearing, when the initial evidence was brought forth, Mr. Martinez and the state brought forth two surprise witnesses that we did not know anything about. They claim, oh, well, we didn't know what it was about, and that's not true. We gave notice, and we know they knew because Mr. Martinez had his paralegal contact other witnesses, people he knew were listed as witnesses, to get information on Mr. Searcy. He knew. And that's how he knew to bring Chris Hughes and have Mr. Abdallah on the phone. He knew, and he claims ignorance. That's his defense, ignorance. It is not a defense in this situation. And we've talked about as well, we said that through early proceedings before this court was presiding over this case, he said messages didn't exist. Text messages did not exist. Well, we heard testimony from his own detective that they were on the phone. But he files a pleading saying text messages don't exist. We also, in this greatest hits list, have the testimony of Detective Flores. Detective Flores goes to the coroner's hearing and says that it was Dr. Horn's opinion that the shooting came first. At trial, Dr. Horn testifies differently, and then even within the context of this trial, Detective Flores was on cross-examination. He was asked asked to explain the discrepancy, shall we say. His testimony was that it was a misunderstanding, and this is laid out in the special action that we filed with the Court of Appeals. He says it was a misunderstanding, I misunderstood what Dr. Horn said, repeatedly. Then, on redirect, Mr. Martinez asked him, were you substituting, whose assessment was it about the gunshot first? It was mine. I was substituting my own judgment. That's what he said during redirect. One of those is not true. We know that. We know that either he misunderstood or he substituted his own judgment. Both cannot be true. Those statements cannot be reconciled. Also, throughout the course of this trial, the state, counsel for the state has yelled at witnesses, has thrown evidence on the ground. And then, as the evidence shows today, he did something which is in direct violation of a court order. We filed a motion, and this court granted a motion saying that the witnesses to this trial were not to watch the proceedings involved. That was ultimately an extension of what we call the rule. Given the media coverage, the court grants that extension, and Mr. Martinez knew that Chris and Sky Hughes were on the witness list. He knew they weren't supposed to be watching the trial. Now, the court order may not have been completely enforceable against them in Utah, but he knew. And his assistant or paralegal, whatever his title is, Philip, that we've learned of today, had contact with Ms. Hughes. Ms. Hughes just told us this morning that, in fact, yes, whenever something was wrong or something she thought would help, what she called Travis's case, but ultimately the state's case, she said, yeah, she would let him know. She would call Philip, she would speak to Mr. Martinez. They asked, there was even comments about, did you ask whether you were on the witness list? He didn't say they were listed. He didn't tell him that. He knew they were listed. He knew it. He said he didn't know if they were going to be called or not. So the sin does not lie with Chris and Sky Hughes because the order was not enforceable upon them. The sin lies right here. Because he knew it, he's an officer of the court, and he acted and procured information in violation of that court order. That, again, is more misconduct that gets us past that issue of infecting the proceedings. Because he is then getting coached by a witness that he knows not supposed to watch the trial with tidbits of information that she thinks would be helpful. So the question becomes, what do we do? What sanction, if any, is appropriate? I would submit to the court to impose no sanction is to condone the behavior, is to say there are no consequences for the behavior. That does not seem appropriate in this context. Ms. Arias' life is at stake, and the state is violating an order of this court, has made misrepresentations, and if there's no consequence, there's no reason to stop. Now, is there? Now, there's no doubt about the fact that a mistrial is a severe remedy, but we ask for it given the misconduct and the level of misconduct in this case. But I would also submit to the court that there are other remedies available. Well, one related to the mistrial is that we would assert not only should a mistrial be declared, but the Maricopa County Attorney's Office should be withdrawn from the case because they have procured information in violation of the court order. But I would, as I said, as an alternative to a mistrial, the one clear remedy this court has is to remove or negate the finding of the death penalty. The death penalty is eligible. This is a sanction that can be imposed on the state because it doesn't affect the merits of the case. It is a less onerous sanction. What we're really talking about, Your Honor, is removing a sentencing option. The Arizona law, and we instruct the jury on this, is always satisfied with the life verdict. The sentencing option of death is not a requirement under Arizona law. It is something that they are seeking. But their behavior and misconduct in this case warrants that potential to be taken away. We think it warrants a mistrial, but if the court's not so inclined, we believe that removing that sentencing option is also a sanction that this court should consider.
Mr. Martinez.
There is no law that was cited by the defendant that indicates or that prohibits the prosecution from contacting individuals that may have information, whether they are subpoenaed or not. In this case, these individuals were not subpoenaed, There's no indication that the defendant was going to call them. The subpoena was sent out today. And the state indicated that we would not be calling them as a witness. So for the defendant to then shift the burden over to the state to contact a person, anybody in the world or anybody that they may call, and say, these are your obligations. That's not what the rules contemplate. If they really were going to call these people as witnesses, why don't they subpoena them? As they indicated to you previously, the process to get a witness into this court out of state is long and protracted. And they've complained that they weren't even able to comply with that. So if they really were serious about these people as witnesses, why didn't they start the process back then? It's a sham to stand up here and say, well, these people were going to be witnesses. The other thing is that even if they were witnesses, the state can contact them. There's no prohibition, just like he can get on the phone and contact Detective Flores. They've exchanged emails before. There's no prohibition about that. In fact, that involved the TLSI issue, where they exchanged emails and the prosecutor was not kept in the loop. So this idea that somehow the rules say that the prosecution can't contact a witness, there's just no support for that. And so in light of what has been presented, the evidence, in light of all of the pleadings, and in light of the law, I ask you to dismiss what really is nothing more than a sham allegation of prosecutorial misconduct. Thank you.
Mr. Nerve, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, in response briefly, this is far from a sham. The misconduct upon the state and then pleading a level of victimization is almost laughable if it weren't what was happening here in the context that is happening here. The lack of subpoena, the fact that somebody is on the witness list, may or may not be called, is something that happens all the time. Something that happens all the time. The state had numerous witnesses on their list that they decided not to call throughout this process. And it is not about contacting witnesses. That's not what we're talking about here. This is talking about information obtained that he knew was in violation of a court order. He says, oh, they cite no law. This judge, and we put law in our motion asking the rule to be extended to witnesses watching it on TV. This court granted that motion. The state was present. The state objected to it, and this court granted it. It's a matter of violating a court order and obtaining information. And Your Honor, that is misconduct in and of itself, but it is but one in a series of events or actions upon the state for which sanctions should be imposed. And as the case law tells us, it is the cumulative nature of those instances of misconduct that get us to the point where a mistrial or other sanctions should be imposed, and I've listed those for the court.
Mr. Nermi, was Guy Hughes listed on the state's disclosure notice?
Chris and Sky Hughes were on, I believe, both notices. I know that they were on ours, and I don't have the exact date and time, but we could certainly provide that to the court.
Did you make any effort to contact Sky or Chris Hughes to tell them they could not watch the proceedings?
No, as a matter of fact, Judge, this court instructed the state to do that as well with their witnesses, and I believe they were on their witness list as well.
Judge, but we did file a questionnaire which indicated the witnesses that would actually be called by either side. I did not list Chris and Sky Hughes. The defense did. That's on record.
But again, Judge, and I would say respectfully, the court's question goes to Chris and Sky Hughes, not Mr. Martinez. If they were in violation of the court order, it wouldn't be misconduct. But if they contact the prosecutor's office and share information that they believe would be helpful based on the fact that they're watching the trial, that's where the problem lies. And please don't be confused by that, because we're not talking about sanctions against Chris and Sky Hughes for violating the court order. I would agree with the court. Okay, even whether we made contact or not, and we didn't know whether we were going to call them or not, but regardless of whether we made contact and said, hey, don't watch the trial, they would be under no obligation, and their disposition would be probably to hang up on us or ignore our requests. It would have been futile. The issue is the contact with the state and the state using that information.
Well, Mr. Nermi, I didn't hear Sky Hughes testify that she told Philip or Mr. Martinez that she was providing information based upon her review of, or her viewing the media coverage of this trial. In fact, what I heard her say is that she and Chris Hughes received emails, texts, telephone calls, and that as a result of that, contact was made with the prosecutor's office. Now, it may be that she did tell Philip or Mr. Martinez that, but I did not hear her say that in her testimony.
There was a portion of her testimony where she said she had other contact, but there was also portions of testimony where she said she watched the trial and reported to them. And whether or not the state knew, whether the state knew or didn't know she was watching the trial, they knew she shouldn't have been, and they knew where this information was coming from. She was looking for inconsistencies in contacting Mr. Martinez's assistant. And I think then, and just the same when we talk about the withdrawal of the county attorney's office, it leads me to question, as we have this argument, whether the assistant to Mr. Martinez is now a witness meriting the withdrawal of the county attorney's office. This man was having contact with Ms. Hughes. And if he knew, again, and even though I would submit he did, because that's what Ms. Hughes talked about, looking for inconsistency and having contact with Philip, using a straw man does not absolve Mr. Martinez of the responsibility of violating this court order.
All right. Some of the grounds stated by the defense have already been addressed by this court, either through a previous ruling by Judge Duncan or by a ruling by this court, and some of those issues have even been addressed in a special action, which was denied. With regard to the issues raised with regard to Chris and Sky Hughes, the court finds that the defense has not established there was any prosecutorial misconduct, so the request for a mistrial or some other sanction is denied at this time. All right, let's get ready for trial. Let's get the jury ready.
Exhibits.
Yes. And we'll bring those right up. Ms. Arias, please take the stand. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nerman, you may continue with direct examination.
Good morning, Ms. Arias.
Good morning.
When we ended the day yesterday, we were talking about the time period in which you were getting ready to move back to Wairika, and you were talking to us about the BMW that was ruined based on the U-Haul. And what we started to talk about, or what we're going to talk about, is the time period in which you moved out. Do you remember the exact day that you pulled away from the U-Haul from Mesa for the last time? Not the date, but do you remember the day, what took place?
Yes, I had stayed the night at Travis's the night before. The U-Haul was parked down the street and around the corner where there was room, because now my car was on a tow dolly. And this time I got a tow dolly that had all four wheels up instead of towing one, since the last time that didn't work out. So after, well, we hung out, we stayed the night, we slept in a little bit, and then I don't remember what started an argument that day, because we argued several times that month. But we were arguing, and I just remember I left crying. I didn't want to leave things that way, but I knew that he'd call me or I'd call him, and there would be apologies, because that was always the cycle. So I felt unsettled leaving things that way, but, you know, I just thought, we'll talk about it later, because we were both too upset. So I left. I walked down the block, got into the U-Haul truck, and started to leave. And I thought, I pulled up to the house one more time just to see, you know, if anything, and I called him, and he came out on the front porch, and he came around to the side, and we were talking a little bit more. It seemed like things were going to go well, but then he was still upset, and so then I was still crying, and he went over to the front porch, and he was going to go inside, and I was watching him before I pulled away, and he turned around and flipped me the double bird, and then walked in the house and shut the door, so I just drove away crying.
And you were crying as you drove away?
Mm-hmm.
A pretty
Yes.
serious fight that day?
It didn't turn violent that day, but yeah, it was serious.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 439. You could just read that to yourself.
Yes.
What is that, ma'am?
An email I sent to Travis before moving. Maybe, I don't remember the date. I think it was late February 2008.
And was this before the last day you moved?
It was
Before the day you pulled away?
Yes, it was before I moved.
What was the purpose of you sending this email?
I had kicked around, well, I knew that I wanted to move, but I wasn't sure how to tell Travis because he was kind of reactive sometimes whenever I made exertions of independence. So I sent him that email to sort of like just remind him that, you know, we're not always going to be hanging out like this and doing things like this. We're going to move on and see other people, marry other people, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. After you pull away crying, you said he flipped you the double bird. You're driving your U-Haul with your car on the back, is that right?
Yes, my Infinity on the back.
Okay. When do you next receive contact from Mr. Alexander?
I don't recall, but I would have called him or he would have called me. I do remember receiving contact from him while I was in Hollister, California, staying at my older half-sister's house.
Would this have been the same day or the next day?
Maybe, well, it might have been the next day. It was late at night, so I want to say it was the next day because I remember stopping in Southern California to meet with Gus Searcy. If I had driven straight to Hollister, I could have made it there by the evening. I'm not sure where I slept. I know I slept in my U-Haul some nights. It took me a few days to get up there because I made stops. But it would have been that day or the next day.
Okay. When you, backing up a little bit, when Travis flipped you off, were you mad? Were you sad? How did you feel?
It hurt my feelings. I didn't want to leave things like that. He used to say we should never go to sleep angry at each other. And so I kind of, I saw it like similarly that I'm leaving town, I'm leaving the state. Who knows when we're going to see each other again. He wanted to go do the Pacific Coast Highway and come up and see Wairika and visit me there and do things there that were on the list of 1,000 places. So that was sort of a tentative plan in the future. And I would see him at prepaid legal events, but it was going to be a long period of time that I wouldn't see him, and I didn't want to leave it like that, even though we were going to talk on the phone.
Why did you care about leaving it like that? You had this horrendous fight. You had sex the night before you had the horrendous fight, right?
If we didn't, I don't remember that night before, but definitely the day of that I left.
Okay. You had sex the day of this fight?
Yes, before the fight.
Okay. What was the fight about?
I don't recall the specifics, but there was a running theme at that time about,
She's describing what the fight was about.
Sustained.
What was this running theme that you were fighting about?
one was the pamphlet.
Speculation at what point in the relationship, middle, and
We're talking about the day she left Mesa to move to Wairika. This is a very specific point in time.
State your question.
On the day you left Mesa, the day Travis flipped you off as a goodbye, you had an argument, right?
Yes.
You said there were running themes in your argument at that point in your relationship, right?
Yes, during that month.
Okay. What were those running themes?
They were, he had come clean and told me about Lisa Andrews at that point. So I wasn't angry, I was just shocked. Like I thought,
objection and response.
I'm sorry.
She's asking for themes.
No need to apologize to him, Jodi.
And I'm going to object to defense counsel's outburst. There's an objection. The court should rule before.
Yes, I'm going to roll in the objection. Let's not make comments. Ask the question. I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
He told you about Lisa Andrews.
Yes.
This is the first time you knew about this, right?
No. Someone else had told me the day before, I think. It was in April that this person told me.
And you were describing, before I interrupted, that you weren't angry with him?
No,
That's not in evidence.
Restate the question.
Were you angry with him when you found out he was dating Lisa Andrews?
no, I wasn't angry.
How did you feel?
Well, by that time, I knew he was interested in Mimi. I felt really bad because I knew what it was like when I found out that he was seeing a bunch of girls on the side while I was his girlfriend. And now he had a girlfriend, and I was one of the girls that he was seeing on the side that his girlfriend didn't know about. I guess she didn't know about me. I don't know.
And you mentioned Mimi. Is that Mimi Hall?
Yes, Mimi Hall. I think she said Marie Hall here. She goes by
Okay.
Mimi.
And you said at this time you knew he had interest in Miss Hall. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Is this at the same time that he was having sex with you?
Yes.
Why was it then okay with you to be having sex with him when you knew he had this interest in Miss Hall?
Well, internally it didn't always feel okay, but it's kind of like old habits die hard. We were still together physically, so the opportunity was always there to act that way. And obviously there's still some chemistry or attraction to a degree. And I knew it was unhealthy, but I wasn't making healthy choices at that time, so I just continued to sleep with him.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this before we move on. When you were making these bad choices and you said old habits die hard, were you under the impression that he was or was not having sexual activities with Miss Hall?
Definitely not, was my impression.
Okay.
They weren't together, was my impression.
Okay. As it relates to, you said you and Travis made a pledge, if I heard you correctly, to not to go to bed angry at each other? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that was one of his philosophies.
Okay. So after this fight and when you were pulling away, or the day that you pulled away, did you speak with him that evening then?
I don't remember if it was that evening or the next evening, but we did speak.
Okay. So you might have gone to bed angry one night, huh?
Yes. Well, I wasn't angry. He might have gone to bed angry.
Okay.
I was very
You weren't
sad.
angry. When he calls you after all this, you find out he's interested in another woman. You know that he was dating yourself and another woman at the same time. He flips you off, leaving his home. It again begets the question, Jodi, why pick up the phone when he calls?
Objection, since that's not in evidence. She indicated that she wasn't sure she called him or he called her. I think she indicated she called him.
Restate your question.
Why talk to him on the phone?
Well, he did send me a text message. It was either that night or the next. It was a very mean text message. And in the text message, he had a lot of his facts screwed up. So I called him to correct him.
What was this text message, and we'll get into some of those later today, but in terms of the subject matter, what was he mad about?
He was mad about the person who had informed me about Lisa. He was mad about, he had got into my Gmail account because he had my password, and he found instant messages between me and a guy named Steve Carroll that I had started chatting with on ldslinkup.net. It's a Mormon social networking site. And I don't remember, it was so long. He my phone started beeping, and it beeped, beep, 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 because all of these text messages were coming through, and it was all one single one that he typed out and sent, and it just comes through broken up with X amount of characters per text message.
So you said something of interest there. You said he got into your Gmail account. How did he do that?
He had my,
Sustained.
Before he texted you in April 2008, you said he got into your email account, right?
yes.
Okay. How did he gain access to your email account in April of 2008?
Assumes facts not in evidence. She hasn't testified when it was.
She just said
All right.
got into her email.
Harold, you
account.
may answer the question.
I gave him my Gmail password and my Facebook password in October 2007.
Why?
It was a suggestion he threw out there for us to rebuild trust. He gave me his MySpace password and Facebook password, and I gave him my Facebook and Gmail password. He originally suggested that we exchange a password on each of our accounts, and I said, I don't care, I'll give you 2. And he said, okay. And I kind of regretted it as soon as I said it, but we stuck with that, so it was 2 for 2.
So based on these concerns you had in October that you've talked about his being unfaithful to you, a deal was struck where you who had not been unfaithful to him was to give your passwords to him as well?
I'm sorry, I kind of got lost in
Okay.
that question.
In 2007 in October, earlier you talked about how you got the feeling he was being unfaithful to you, right? Or that happened during the course of your relationship.
Well, I wouldn't have considered it unfaithful because we weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, but his roommate came up to me and said, sorry.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
He told me that Travis was seeing other people, and that wasn't a revelation to me because I had assumed that maybe I wondered if he was still carrying on the same behavior that he was while he and I were official. But he told me that he's trying to date other people, whereas Travis was telling me I'm not dating anyone, but I occasionally go on dates with people. And occasionally he sleeps with people. So we weren't together, so I didn't feel like it was my business to know about other aspects of his life there. But at the same time, we were trying to reestablish trust between each other because we weren't sure whether or not we were going to get back together and be exclusive or supposedly exclusive.
Okay. And this concern that he was dating and or sleeping with other people, that motivated you to give your passwords to him? That was part of the deal that was struck, is what I'm asking?
Can you say that one more time?
This information that Mr. Hepworth gave you about Mr. Alexander sleeping with other people, that somehow wound up in you giving your passwords to him?
Objection, that mischaracterizes the evidence. He was seeing other people, not sleeping with other people.
No, she said he was sleeping.
Restate your question.
You received information that Travis was dating and having sex with other people, right?
Well, his roommate didn't say he was having sex with people, but because that's what he was doing while he was with me, I assumed that was his...
The question, she said he didn't say that.
Based on that, what did you assume?
Based on that, I assumed he was still carrying on the same behavior unless he had changed his ways.
Okay. So this information then, going back to my question, said that ultimately then you wound up giving your passwords to him even though he was the one who was being unfaithful. Or I know unfaithful is not the right word. He was the one seeing other people.
Yeah, we exchanged passwords.
Why did you feel the need to give yours to him is, I guess, my question.
Because I wanted it to be an equal exchange. He was giving me 2, so, well, originally it was going to be 1 for 1, but I threw out, sure, I'll give you 2, just so that he knows, like, he can trust me, and so, that's why we went up to 2.
Okay. So, after you pulled away, you say, he's texting you, he's angry about the fact that you're conversing with someone named Steve Carroll. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you made, if we understood you correctly, You made contact with him because him being Mr. Alexander, because he had his facts wrong. Is that right?
Yes, he did have his facts wrong.
Why would you care if Mr. Alexander had his facts wrong?
I could tell by the text message that he was angry, and I don't know why it still affected me, but when he got to that level, it wouldn't make me feel good, and I would just start shaking and get, like, it's hard to describe. I would just feel some kind of trepidation or apprehension, or, I don't know, fear is a little bit strong, but just unsettled.
When he got mad at you, you said you would visibly shake?
Yes. Well, not at the beginning of the relationship.
Okay, but at this point, in April of '08, if he were to get mad at you, you would shake?
Yes.
Did this shaking, did that begin before or after the beatings began?
Before.
Sustained.
Did this begin before he slapped you in the face or in the cheek?
It was kind of like the jaw, neck area. Yes, it began in the fall 2007.
Before he threw you down and choked you?
Before he choked me, yes.
Before he broke your finger and kicked you in the ribs?
Yes.
Before he pushed you down in the room, wouldn't let you leave, and insulted your family?
No, I think they had already begun by that point.
Okay. So some of the physical contact had began, and you actually got to a point in your relationship where you would shake when he got angry. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, it was like my nerves. It kind of like how a chihuahua shakes. You know, they just kind of tremble a little bit.
And you could observe yourself having this reaction in April of 2008, even when you're miles away from him in Hollister, California. Is that right?
Yes, I was asleep and it woke me up, and I began to have that feeling. It starts like as a tingly, uncomfortable, like nervous, like your nerves starting to just get frayed.
Afraid.
No, frayed. My nerves were frayed, like just frazzled.
What were you nervous about? What was going to happen?
You know, I remember now in that text message, he was threatening to,
Overruled.
he was just threatening to, he was angry because he wanted to know the name of the person that had told me the information about Lisa. He misunderstood and thought her name was Michelle. And he said, if you don't tell me Michelle's last name, I'm going to, you know, I don't know. He just said, I'm telling, he said, I'm going to tell all your friends and family basically about all the, I can't remember how he characterized it, but I think it was something like psycho things that you've done. And I didn't know what he was talking about. And first of all, her name wasn't Michelle. He got that wrong. So I called him back, and it was a very friendly phone call. I threatened him back.
So you threatened him back. What do you mean?
I think the last part of his text message said time to spit it out, and he was talking about this girl he thought her name was Michelle. It was Marie, but not Marie Hall, it was Marie. And what I said was kind of mean. I was, at that point, the way we left, and now he's waking me up in the middle of the night with a whole bunch of text messages. They're all unkind. He's threatening me. I just felt like he was being a complete bully at that point, and I was tired of being bullied. So I called him up and I said, after he said time to spit it out, and he just felt like he was trying to reach through the phone and still exert control over me, and I'm in my sister's house and I'm sleeping, so I think I just got fed up, and I called up and I said,
What'd you say?
it was really mean. I said, the only thing I'm gonna be spitting out is the fact that you're a pedophile with a past, and something like that. And I was saying, I don't know. At the time, I characterized what I saw as child pornography, but I realized it wasn't child pornography, it was just a picture of a young boy. So I think I said something to that effect, and he got very quiet.
Did that then end the conversation?
No, I felt really bad about it, so my tone turned softer because I didn't like to snap at him. Usually it turned really bad when I snapped at him, but this time he was a little bit more humble. And he went back to this Michelle character that I said her name wasn't Michelle, it was Marie. And I didn't know that Mimi went by Marie, so he was worried about Marie who, and I described her, and I don't know. It wasn't that same Marie. And so, I don't know, we just talked it out eventually, and I don't remember how it ended, but I think it ended up like I was more apologizing to him. It always seemed that way, like our arguments would always end up with me apologizing more, and I felt bad for saying that too.
Okay. From Hollister, then, where do you go? Is this where you meet Mr. Searcy, or do you go back up to Wairika? Could you just explain that to us?
I think I met Mr. Searcy in Southern California and then drove to Hollister and stayed there one night, maybe 2 nights, but I think it was just one night, and then hit the road and went all the way to Wairika.
And at that point in time, then you began, this is when you moved into your grandparents' house from what you're telling us before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you are hours away from Travis, right?
Yeah, about 1,000 miles.
Okay. You talked earlier about how you felt like he could reach through the phone and grab you. Did you feel any differently with a few more days and a few more 100 miles behind you?
It was a gradual process, but I started feeling after I moved to Wairika like this cloud was lifting off of me. I don't know what kind of cloud, just maybe I wasn't seeing things clearly while I was in Mesa, or I was very depressed. I was suicidal during that time, and I wasn't feeling that way then, finally, when I went to Wairika. I enjoyed spending time with my grandparents. They're not getting any younger, and so I liked the time that I was spending with them and my little brother and sister. So just the association with family I was enjoying, and my photography business began to really take off. Well, I had a lot of weddings booked. I didn't end up getting to shoot those weddings, but other portraits and things, the market was pretty open there for the taking.
Okay. You were happier there in Wairika?
I was still depressed, but I felt better than I did in Mesa.
You say still depressed. Depressed about what?
It was still up and down with Travis, so I would feel down at times, and then up, and then sometimes I would do something to piss him off, and he would say, send more mean text messages, or emails, or chatting, or something like that. So I didn't like that because I knew that I would still have to see him in the future as far as at prepaid legal events, and I wanted us to be able to be friends. I wanted us to be able to show up at these events with our own respective spouses and be happy for each other. I was friends with my previous exes, and I wanted it to remain that way with Travis.
Was that this desire to remain friends and the fact that you might see him at prepaid legal events? Is that the motivation behind continuing any kind of relationship with him?
Well, maybe partly, but it was more the fact that I still had feelings for him, and I still wasn't making the best choices for myself, and so I would still call him, and I would still answer calls when he called me, and we just continued almost the same thing except from far away.
Okay. We heard yesterday a recording of could only really be characterized, or the bulk of it anyway, as a phone sex conversation that you recorded on May 10th. were you having other of similar, chats of a similar nature with Mr. Alexander when you moved back to Wairika?
Yes, that's when they started to proliferate.
How often did they occur?
I can only think of 3 other times other than that one, and then prior to moving, it had only happened 1 time.
Now, you mentioned earlier this desire to be friends and that your families might spend time together and that sort of thing. Why talk about subjects that we heard on the phone call? Why talk about those? Why not just leave it at talk about prepaid legal or mutual friends?
Actually, I liked it. It wasn't about the sex, it was more about, I mean, I wasn't having sex, but it was more about, he was very nice to me, he was complimentary, he said nice things. Even when they were explicit, they were still complimentary toward me, and there were times when he was very mean, and then he would be nice, and I craved the nice from him rather than I dreaded the mean. So when he was nice, I tried to prolong it so that it would last longer.
The nice that you got from the sex, so you tried to make the phone sex calls last longer. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, I wanted to draw it out some so that it wasn't just, like wham bam and then hang up, so that it was actually we used to have long conversations and they were pleasant, and it wasn't sex, the topic of sex might have been broached, but it wasn't phone sex. And so now it seemed like he would be very nice to me, but then it would always lead to that, or he wanted it to lead to that. So at times, like the one that you heard yesterday was, he wanted me to get on the phone and start talking to him, and we had already sort of had that topic come up just prior to that phone call, minutes before that phone call. And so I knew that's what that phone call would be about. So I did call him knowing that that's what it would be, but he was being very, very nice online, and I hoped that he would continue to be nice to me on the phone.
And we're talking May of 2008, right?
Yes, that one would have been May 10th.
But these other calls, was this the one we heard yesterday, was this the last of these calls? Was it the first of these calls?
No, it was probably the third. Well, there was the one the day after we broke up. I don't know how much, I've never done that before, so I was just kind of listening and trying to say some things. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
The phone call you were just describing for us, that was the first instance you had phone sex with him, but this is before you moved back to Wairika, right?
I was in Big Sur that day, and I guess it was phone sex. I got the sense that he was masturbating.
Okay. Let's talk about the calls in Wairika when you moved back in April and May of 2008. How many phone sex conversations did you have with him during that time period?
I believe there were 2 prior to the one, during that time period, there were 2 prior to the one that was played yesterday, and then 1 afterward, I think.
What other things, you mentioned your photography business starting to pick up. Did you have a job when you moved back?
Not right away. I was putting in applications everywhere. There weren't many places in Wairika.
Did you also, was your mind open to the ideas of dating?
It wasn't on my mind, so I can't say I wasn't consciously closed off to the idea, but it wasn't something I was seeking at the time.
If you were dating another individual at that time, would you have felt like you were betraying Mr. Alexander?
I don't know, because prior to that, I would have felt that way, but at this point in our relationship, I probably would have felt more like I was betraying the other person. I don't think I would date anybody else, at least on any serious level. Maybe, I'm monogamous, so if Travis and I aren't technically together, but I would have had to have cut that off if I were to go forward with somebody else.
During this time period, was there, I know you mentioned chatting with a gentleman on LDS LinkUp. Were there any other individuals to which you had an interest in at that point in time in your life?
Yeah, there were a few other people. And we didn't chat on LDS LinkUp, we chatted on Gmail, but we met on LDS LinkUp. There was another guy that I was beginning to talk to at the beginning of 2008 on LDS LinkUp as well. His name was Sam Schultz, and I wasn't sure where, anyway, I might get off the topic, sorry, but.
Well, let me ask you this. What about Ryan Burns? What was your relationship with him?
Okay, I didn't really have a relationship with Ryan. What happened was I got a text message from Zion, another person in the business, and out of the blue he asked me what's up in Spanish. He was texting me, and I texted him back, and he asked me where I was. I texted him back and told him Wairika, and then he said, you need to come out to Utah. There's some people I'd like you to meet, and I thought people means plural, so I said who, and he texted me back and said, I found your husband. And I wanted to know who he was, so I think I joked about the future. I think I said Mr. Arias as a joke, and he didn't tell me, but he started giving me, I asked him for clues. He started giving me clues. He said things about his accomplishments in the business, and I had just been on a conference call with somebody, with Ryan Burns as the speaker, and so it matched. And so I thought, probably not him, but I wasn't sure. And so I think I asked him, how many letters does his first name have? And he thought that was funny. He told me 4. So I'm like, okay, that matches. Things like that. We just went back and forth until I finally texted him. I said, I think I know who he is. And he asked if he could give the guy my phone number, and I said yes. And so I think it was the next day or maybe that same day that Ryan called me.
And what period of time would this have been? Would this have been May or April? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I think it would have been April, because I remember texting Zion and saying, make sure you don't edify me as a blonde because I am a brunette now, because I had dyed my hair before moving out of Mesa.
You dyed your hair before moving out of Mesa, and just so we're clear, is this in April of 2008? Or before April of 2008? You said you moved
Actually,
out.
I think it was late March. I don't remember. The only reason I remember those dates is because I used to have date and timestamp photos. I guess I still do on the hard drive. But I remember the last Super Saturday that I went to was sometime in late March, because it was after convention. And I waited till after convention to dye my hair. And I showed up at convention with dark hair and a few blonde highlights.
Judge, this might be a good time for the recess, or I can proceed. Whatever.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 125 in the jury room. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Thank you. Please be seated. Please stand for the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
Ms. Arias, before we pick up again and speak about your relationship with Mr. Burns, I'd like you to take a look at Exhibits 440 and 441, and actually, let me say 440 for the time being, and let me see if you recognize these.
Yes, I recognize them.
And what is exhibit number 440?
These are text messages sent between Travis and I, dated, well, it says it's dated from 2106 to 6608.
And do you recognize those as being those text messages?
Yes, these are all the text messages. Well, not all of them, some were deleted, but the ones that were recovered, these are the text messages between us.
And as best you can recall, are the times correct?
Actually, no, the time is 7 hours off. It's 7 hours ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Arias. Now, we ended this morning with talking about Brian Burns, and I believe you were just telling us how Ms. Hughes' brother Zion told you he found your future husband, that sort of thing. And I think we're at the point in time where Ryan was going to call you, or you received a call from him, right?
Yes, I received a call from him one time when I was walking out in Wairika.
Okay. And had you recalled meeting Mr. Burns before?
I recall think he recalled more than I recall. The only thing I remember about him is I saw him in Oklahoma City in 2008. He didn't seem very approachable, not because of his manner, but because,
What the question calls for.
Yes.
Could you describe your impressions of him when you met him?
yes, he was surrounded by a lot of people, so I don't know if I made my way up to him and introduced myself, or if he made his way over to my side of the room, and then we just introduced ourselves to each other. I can't remember that. I just remember it was at a gathering with some people that were on Team Renew, and then also on Saturday night of the convention, a bunch of us piled into a limousine and drove.
Yes, she was asked about her impressions. not what
Sorry.
happened.
What happened, Jody?
The only other thing I remember about Ryan in Oklahoma City is that we all piled into a limousine together. I wouldn't even have remembered he was there, except when I reviewed my pictures later, he was in one of the pictures inside the limo.
Okay. So it sounds like that Mr. Lovinger was attempting to play matchmaker between you and Ryan Burns. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. And were you open to dating? How did you feel about it? Would you feel like you were betraying Travis if you dated Ryan? Can you just kind of explain your mindset to us?
yes. I wouldn't have felt like I was betraying Travis, but I was worried about how Travis would react, so I asked Zion in one of my text messages, said, not that you would, but please don't tell Travis about this. He's a good friend, but in order for this to have any chance, he shouldn't know about it. And Zion texted me back and said, he shall not know.
And why were you concerned, or what gave you concern if Mr. Alexander were to know about you perhaps dating or speaking with Mr. Burns?
Well, it had been a pattern of Travis's since before we dated that he didn't take kindly to me going on dates with other guys. And throughout, well, I didn't go on dates with other guys while we were together, but even after we broke up, I went on another date with John Dixon, and that didn't go well at all when Travis found out. And then there was another guy that I went on a date with, and he teased me about him for forever after, almost. And also when we had that big fight in his bedroom the week that I was moving, that's when I told him about this guy, Steve Carroll, that I was text messaging or chatting with, and that erupted. So I just didn't want to hear it from him. I knew he was 1,000 miles away and he couldn't hurt me, but it still hurt my feelings when he screamed and yelled, and it was a headache and it was drama, and I just wanted things to be peaceful between us.
Even though you were 1,000 miles away, let me ask you this. Were there occasions during this period of time where Travis yelled at you on the phone?
Yes,
Did you do the shaking that you spoke about?
I probably did.
Okay. Now, from your understanding, when you were having these phone conversations with Mr. Burns, where did he live?
My understanding was that he was in West Jordan, Utah.
Okay. So you're not, you're thousands of miles away. Is this a relationship that thrives over the telephone, text message? Describe that for us.
We began talking. There weren't any major fireworks. He was nice. We just talked back and forth for a little while. Nothing ultra flirty, and then it sort of tapered off for some days, maybe a week or so. I think it was like almost a week. And then he texted me again out of the blue, and I explained to him, well, I texted you a few times, you didn't answer. So I kind of thought maybe he lost interest. And then he explained that he was camping and he didn't have cell phone reception. And as a joke, he was saying things like, "Lover, how could that ever happen?" and all these nice text messages. And I thought, okay, well, he does like me. He just was out of cell phone range. So we sort of picked up again and began talking some more.
Began talking. Now, I know you were hundreds of miles away and you're not seeing each other, But in terms of the relationship, was this a romantic relationship, a prospective romantic relationship?
I would say a prospective romantic relationship.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 280. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
that's a text message that Ryan sent to me when we were text messaging back and forth.
Is there a background to that text message that was related to a conversation?
Yes, eventually we talked about meeting, and it would make more sense for me to go out there because there's more to do in Utah by far than there is Wairika. Plus there are national parks and other things surrounding the area he lived. So I was gonna go out there and hang out so that we could get to know each other.
Okay. Now, Judge, if I may approach. Ms. Arias, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 392. Can you look at that and tell us if you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a text message Travis sent to me immediately after another one he sent to me.
I move to admit Exhibit 392.
I don't have any objection.
392 is admitted.
Can you see the date on there, Ms. Arias?
Yes,
And I see 0502. What does that denote?
May 2nd. That would have been 2008.
2008. And how can you be sure it was 2008?
I didn't get my Helio phone until April 2008, and that's on my Helio.
And the text message says, send me some pictures, I want to see you right now. What does that mean?
He had just sent me a much longer text message talking about, alluding to the Little Red Riding Hood thing that he wanted to do, and the pictures that he wanted to take, the same thing we were talking about on the tape that you heard yesterday. And he wanted me to take phone pictures of myself and send them to him right then.
Phone pictures of yourself, like pictures of your face?
Well, explicit photographs.
What do you mean explicit?
Maybe nude, like sexually explicit.
Was he specific in his request?
That was I think that was the only request that I remember on that day.
Just a sexually explicit picture, correct?
Well, he said pictures plural.
Okay. And you said this was also related to a discussion of I believe you said Little Red Riding Hood fantasy, is that right?
Yes,
Is that the fantasy we heard described yesterday on the tape?
yes, that's what it was alluding to.
So on this tape recorded call that we listened to yesterday, had he alluded to that fantasy previously, or was that the first time he brought it up with you?
No, I first learned about it in early in our friendship in 2006.
He brought it up in 2006?
Yes.
I want to show you, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
What's been marked as Exhibit 391. Do me a favor and take a look at this exhibit and see if you recognize it. what is it?
It's the longer text message on that same day, right before the one you just showed me.
That was the one you were referring to moments ago?
Yes.
I move to admit Exhibit 391.
No objection.
391 is submitted.
And so we're clear, Ms. Arias, before we begin to discuss this. In your recognition of this, was this, we have different pictures of it, but was this part of one long text message?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And 5-2 that we see there, we're talking also May 2nd
Yes, same day.
and 2008?
Yes.
Okay. He says that this photo shoot is going to be one of the best experiences of your life and his. And he talks about all the pictures he's going to take of you. Was this doesn't mention Little Red Riding Hood, so I just want to be clear. Is this what we're talking about?
Yes, that was the only photo shoot kind of thing that was planned at that time, that was of the nature that he's referring to in this.
Okay. And he says, the progressiveness of it from the very clean to the very dirty and everything in between. What did that mean to you?
The same thing that he explained further in the tape was that he wanted to get different angles, different shots, different positions.
He says, a day that has not gone by that I haven't dreamt about driving my shaft and hard into you. Is that a reference to your understanding, is that a reference to what we talked about or what we heard on the tape when he talked about zip tying you to a tree?
I hadn't heard about that because this is the 2nd of May and the conversation was on the 10th, so I didn't hear about the zip tying to the tree until that conversation occurred.
Okay.
But presumably in the forest is what.
Speculation, presumably.
Sustained.
He references in this email, I have no desire to think of anyone else in my scandalous fantasies. Is this a reference to Little Red Riding Hood, or is there a reference to other fantasies, to your understanding?
My understanding is that he's saying he doesn't want to fantasize about anyone else except me, but he said that to a lot of girls, so.
Okay.
Objection, speculation, move to strike. She doesn't know that.
Sustained, granted. Last answer.
You found out that when he was dating you, he was dating Lisa Anders and Mimi Hall, right?
I wouldn't say we were dating, but I guess we acted like that.
Okay, you're right. Well, I should say when you were having sex with him, he was dating those two other girls, right?
Yes.
Okay. He talks in here and in the tape about fantasizing about you and getting himself off on many occasions. To your understanding, is that a reference to him being by himself or a reference to these phone calls, this phone sex you were having with him?
I assumed it was a reference to by himself.
He also says in this message, you are the ultimate slut in bed. What did that mean to you? Is there some history behind that?
Yes.
What's that history?
Sometimes he would call me that when we were having sex.
Is that one of those things that made you feel special, or how did you feel when he would refer to you as a slut in bed?
Well, he wasn't saying it as an insult, so I just felt, I don't really remember how I felt, but I just knew that he was enjoying himself.
He says he wants to send one down your throat and another on your face. What did that mean to you?
Oral sex and
Ejaculating in you?
yeah, yes.
He also says you're going to get taken like you have never been taken before. What did that mean to you?
We were always trying to top ourselves, like go a little bit farther than the last time, and usually he would come up with some creative ideas, so most of the time I was game for it.
Most of the time you were what?
Game.
Okay. But how about feeling like you've been raped, but you enjoyed every delightful moment of it? Did you want to feel like you were raped?
No. But
So you're accurate here. He also says, you'll rejoice in being a whore. That sole purpose in life is to be mine, to have animal sex with, and to please me in any way I desire. Was it your ultimate goal in life to be Mr. Alexander's whore?
no.
Based on what you said before, you were interested in the fond and affectionate feelings you got from him being happy, right?
Certainly.
Not being his whore.
Well, I mean, that wasn't like how I would have put it, but if that's,
That's how he put it, right?
well, I mean, sometimes I would enjoy like being with him, so
Were you willing at this point in time in your life, in May 2nd, 2008, to have animalistic sex with him?
probably.
And please him in any way he desired?
Well, there would have been some limits, but mostly yes.
And this was still after the abuse and after you'd moved away, you were still willing to do this for Travis, if that's what he wanted, right?
Yes.
You were still willing to be tied to a tree, if that's what he wanted. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure I would have gone for that, but I let him entertain the idea.
He also asks or talks about him doing anything that you want him to do in this part of the text message. Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you going to ask him to tie you to a tree?
No, not that.
Were you going to ask him to ejaculate down your throat and on your face?
I don't know that I would have asked, but I probably would have gone for something like that.
He didn't really have interest in Mr. Alexander as a quote-unquote sex slave, did you?
No, I didn't look at him like that.
Did you want him to be designed for your most vile and lustful pleasures?
No, I don't think any of my pleasures were vile, but maybe lustful, and I didn't expect him to be designed for that.
Okay. Why, and this was happening within a day or so of you having conversations or text messages with Mr. Burns, and it sounds like there was a budding, I think we use the words budding romantic interest with Mr. Burns. Why, given this budding romantic interest, are you still entertaining Mr. Alexander's interest?
I still had feelings for Travis, and it was just something that we were familiar with, comfortable with, and I think the comfort came from the familiarity, and it's just something we continued to do.
Okay. Before we move from this time period of your life, I want to show you what's been marked Exhibit 413, 414, and 415 and entered. I'm going to approach this.
You may.
Do you remember seeing those photos previously?
Yes.
Could you explain this photo to us when it was taken? I'm sorry. This is Exhibit 415.
I believe that was taken on Main Street or Broadway. I think it was, Oregon Street. It was taken on Oregon Street in Wairika,
Okay.
right out front of her dad's office.
And her, who is that?
My friend Heather.
Okay. And when was that taken?
It would have been after I moved to Wairika. I don't remember the exact date. Sometime in the spring, I think.
And your hair there, I'll let you describe the color. What color would you describe that as?
I would just say various shades of brown, medium to dark,
Okay.
light to dark, maybe.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 413. Who's that with you in the photograph?
It's my little sister.
Do you remember when this was taken?
We were laying on my bed and just goofing off, and we're on my pillow and just took pictures.
Do you remember when?
After I moved to Wairika, and it's at my grandparents' house.
Okay. Was this around the time of your phone call with Mr. Alexander?
It would have been somewhat contemporaneous.
You said a few disparaging things about your sister during that phone call. What did you mean by that? You said she was stupid. Can you explain?
Yeah. I wasn't aware at the time that she had a drug addiction, and she was an alcoholic, and she was only 17, and she was also coming out of an abusive relationship that she was hiding from the whole family. So I didn't know any of those three problems. So I thought her behavior was a little off. She was kind of out of it most of that time. So I thought that's just how she was, because I wasn't aware that she had those problems.
Okay. And it appears to me in this photograph, I would describe the hair color as various shades of brown. Is that what you would say?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you what's Exhibit 414. Do you remember when this was taken?
Yes.
When was this taken?
In the spring, also 2008.
Who's that with you in the photograph?
That's my parents' dog. Her name is Jewel.
And it appears your hair is brown in these photographs.
Yeah, it goes kind of from maybe dark blonde or light brown to dark brown.
When did you dye your hair brown?
I don't remember the exact day, but it's in the text messages.
Okay.
It was while I was still in Mesa.
Moving back to, or forward for a minute to June 4th, earlier we saw photographs of you with brown hair. Or, excuse me, on June 4th, we saw pictures of you in brown hair earlier in this trial. Did you change your hair color from this photograph until the time you got to Travis's house?
Trying to remember, because I dyed my hair twice, and the first time it didn't take, that was in Mesa, so I did it again. But it was already dyed by then, because it was not that dark until the second time, so.
Okay. You didn't go blonde?
I wouldn't have been able to go back to blonde.
Why not?
Well, I had been platinum blonde for about almost 5 years at that point, so as you can see, my natural hair color is pretty dark. And when you strip away all that hair color, the shaft of the hair it changes it. I don't exactly know, because I'm not a cosmetologist, but it changes the hair shaft. So when you deposit dye onto the hair again, it not only takes, but it sucks it up like even more. So it's now almost like it's stained in a way that you can't really remove it. I heard that you could actually strip it back to blonde, but by doing that to my hair of what it was, I wouldn't have really had hair left. It would have just broken off and fallen out. So it stayed dark.
Wait a moment, Your Honor. Serious, I inadvertently gave you the wrong exhibit earlier. I'm going to now hand you, if I may approach, Your Honor, with exhibits 407 and 423. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these exhibits.
Yes, I recognize them.
Okay. You mentioned just a moment ago that you dyed your hair brown in Mesa, and that there was reference to that in one of the text messages. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at these exhibits and determine if such a text was in there?
I'll look for it. It's not really in order. Okay, I think I found it. Yeah.
Okay, and having refreshed your recollection with that document, when did you dye your hair brown?
Well, it says three.
Here's if she has to refresh her recollection, she can just give us the date.
If you could advise us what day, based on looking at that, you dyed your hair back to brown?
Yes, I would say it was on 3/20/08, but it says 3/21.
We approach? Based on your review of the document, not telling us what the document said, but based on your review of the document, what day did you dye your hair from blonde to brunette?
It would have been in the evening on the 20th of March.
Okay. And since that time, you've never gone back to blonde. Is that correct?
Nope, I haven't. Well, this first time it didn't take very well, so I did
Okay.
it one more time. It was like I don't know how else to describe it, like a kind of like a dirty brown. It was sort of medium brown. It's not what I was going for. I wanted it darker.
All right. Now, we've spoken earlier about, and some references have been made to your communication with Mr. Alexander. It wasn't just in person, it wasn't just by phone, verbally. You also communicated through text messages and other forms of internet chat. Is that correct?
Yes.
In these, so we have a better sense of your relationship, everything that led up to June 2008. Was he assertive and aggressive with you in these emails, in these text messages?
Very much authoritative.
Very much what?
Assertive, aggressive, and authoritative.
Okay. Do you recall some of the things he said to you in these text messages? And if you need a moment to refresh your recollection, you certainly can.
You're not talking about the instant messages? You're talking
No,
about...
right now let's talk about the text messages.
Okay.
Without reading what he said, do you recall
Oh.
some of the things he would call you?
Judge, if you could just give us the date, doesn't have to be the time, but the date and whatever she's going to say that she's refreshed about.
The objection to that?
Judge, her recollection of what she doesn't have to give a date and time just to testify, that's not an appropriate objection.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Ag-
The witness should give the date. Prior to indicating the statement.
Okay, I'll find it. The one that I remembered was
Judge, I
on,
think you instructed her to give us the date.
was on 5/26/08. Well,
What did he say to you on 5/26/08?
he called me, well, he said I look like a pure whore.
And that was on 5/26/08?
Yes.
And do you understand why he called you that? Was he upset? Something of that nature?
Yes. Well, he was upset about a lot of things that day, but there was a specific reason he called me that.
Why he called you a whore?
Yeah.
Why?
He found a comment that I left on another friend's page on his Facebook, on one of his photos.
And this, you said another friend's page. What are you referring to?
His Facebook page. The guy had a photograph up, and I left what I thought was a funny comment on it.
Do you recall what the comment was?
Yes, it was a reference to the movie Anchorman. It's a comedy with Will Ferrell. And can I explain the context?
Well, let's say, first of all, what was the comment?
I put, are those man boobs, or are you just ripped?
Okay. And this was the comment, Travis was mad at this comment and called you a whore because you said you made a movie reference.
Yeah, it was a joke about the movie, from the movie.
Okay. Was there other discussions with him that day? Be they, specifically May 26th, be they verbal or written discussions?
There were these text messages and also a chat conversation and a phone conversation that followed.
Okay. Is this a chat conversation we heard in evidence earlier where he calls you a three-hole wonder
Yes,
and a slut
yes,
and a whore?
yes, and many other things.
What other things do you recall him calling you during that conversation?
Calls me a bitch. He tells me I'm worthless, and he tells me I'm shit.
And to your understanding, this was about an Anchorman reference posted on a Facebook page.
That was one of many convoluted subjects that he was angry about.
Okay. Was there other things he was angry at you about
Yes.
that day? To your understanding, what were those things?
He was angry because I told him I would drop the subject of him getting help for his stuff and
What do you mean his stuff?
his sexual problems. And, well, we agreed to drop it as long as he got help. I didn't really want to bring it up anymore, but after he made that comment about sodomizing a little girl on the phone, then I was I was concerned that he wasn't making any progress. So I sent him another of the same little stack of pamphlets that I grabbed, and I mailed it to him without telling him. I just dropped it in the mail because after that phone call, it concerned me. And he blew up over that and some other things also.
Some other things. What other things?
I had missent a text message to his phone. It was supposed to go to Steve Carroll. And the nature of that text message was that, because Travis had my Gmail password and he was getting into it. And so Steve and I were chatting on this, and it created a fight when Travis found the conversations. So I sent Steve Carroll a text message. I meant to send him a text message saying, hey, let's use my Hotmail for now, or something like that. Because someone has my Gmail password. Unfortunately, it happens to be an ex-boyfriend. And it was kind of a long explanation, and I went to hit send and could see it was 2 messages on my phone, and it goes through 1 and then 2. And as I was sending it, it saw it was going to Travis Alexander, and I was like, oh crap. So I hit cancel as fast as I could, and it canceled the message, but the first one made it to him, and that was enough to piss him off. So he accused me of being a liar because I wasn't telling him about what was really going on with Steve and I, even though we've never met. And so it just seemed to compound, because there was Abe, and then there was Steve and John Dixon and all these people. And then he was very angry about all that stuff.
You mentioned Abe. That's a reference to whom?
Abe Abdelhadi?
Since you brought up Abe, if I could approach again, Your Honor, with Exhibit 438. You take a look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that, Ms. Arias?
This is an email I composed to Abe on February 18th, 2007. I composed it at Travis's behest and then sent Abe the email, and also forwarded Travis a copy afterward because he wanted to read it.
Okay. Move to exhibit number 438.
Judge, may I court hire the witness on this one?
You may.
You may.
If there's an objection.
You may.
With regard to this, it says subject forwarding our friendship, correct?
That's correct.
And it does say that it's from you, right?
Yes.
And it does give a date, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it does say that it's to Travis Alexander, doesn't it?
The forwarded email is.
No, it doesn't say that. It says to, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, this is beyond voir diring the witness. This is cross-examination. He can wait his turn.
Overruled.
Take a look at Exhibit 438 and see who the to line is to.
To travis.alexander@gmail.com.
So this isn't, and there's underneath there a BCC. Do you know what that stands for?
Blind carbon copy.
You just told us, ma'am, that this was composed at Mr. Alexander's behest, right?
Yes.
And that you sent it to Mr. Abdel Hadi, right?
Yes.
And that you sent a copy to Mr. Alexander, right?
Afterward, yes.
You didn't do it at the same time? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Ma'am, isn't it true that what happened is that you actually took this email?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object. If he wants to say this for cross-examination, fine. But the foundation for this exhibit has been laid, and we move for its admission. She's already explained.
Counsel
the forwarded
approach.
email.
Counsel approach.
Ms. Arias, before you forwarded this email to Mr. Alexander, do you recall when you sent it to Mr. Abdul Hadi?
Objection states the testimony isn't forwarded, it's sent to Mr. Alexander.
Rephrase.
This email was a forwarded email, correct?
Yes.
To whom was it originally sent before you forwarded it to Mr. Alexander?
I first composed it and sent it off to Abe Abdel Hadi.
And do you remember do you remember when that was?
I believe the date was February 18th, 2007.
So the same day that you forwarded to Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Okay. I move to admit Exhibit 438.
Anything else?
No.
Why did you write this letter to Mr. Abdul Hadi?
Travis was giving me a hard time about us remaining friends. He felt that there was too much history between us because we had gone on one date.
And this reads a bit like a breakup letter. You make the comment that what matters to me is how that I am accountable for, what matters to me is how that which I am accountable for would make Travis feel.
I don't see what paragraph.
I'm looking at the paragraph here, beginning with the word what.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
I just wanted to Travis and I had already become official. I guess I just call it official because that's when we decided we were going to stop dating other people. So I wasn't dating Abe during this time, but I was still his friend, and it's very common at the prepaid legal events to hug associates that you know, kind of like we're all a big family. So Travis was not comfortable with me hugging Abe. He had said that his friend Chris called him and told him that he saw me hugging Abe at one of the Super Saturdays in Anaheim. And it made Travis uncomfortable, and then I thought to myself, would I have done that? Would I have hugged Abe if Travis were with me? And I realized that I wouldn't have, so then I realized, well, that means I'm acting differently in front of Travis than I would otherwise, and I didn't like that I didn't want to be that way. So I decided that I wanted to conduct myself and treat Abe the way I would treat him if Travis were standing right next to me.
Okay, I'm a little confused. When we go to the paragraph beforehand, you said, when we hugged at the Grove a few weeks ago, my intention was nothing more than to warmly greet a friend and business associate. Right?
Yes.
That's what it says? What would be wrong with that? In your mind, how about let's start with
There
your
was
mind.
nothing wrong with it in my mind. I didn't think I was in the wrong, but I realized it made Travis uncomfortable or unhappy.
So because it made Travis uncomfortable and unhappy that you hugged a friend and business associate, you were encouraged by Mr. Alexander in order to avoid his wrath to write this letter, right?
Restate.
In order to avoid Mr. Alexander getting mad, raising his voice at you and making you shake, is that why you wrote this letter?
No, because I wasn't shaking yet at that point, and I'd only seen his wrath one time. Actually, I hadn't seen it. I heard it over the phone.
Okay.
I just wrote it more so that he would feel better about my interaction with Abe, and so that Abe was on the same page as me, so that he didn't take any offense when I was less warm or friendly toward him.
Why? You just told us a minute ago that you didn't think there was anything wrong with hugging a friend and business associate at the Grove. Travis did. Why was his feelings on the issue more important to you than yours?
I felt maybe it was just not a good way to look at things at that time, but I used to believe that when you're in a relationship, the other person's feelings should take precedence.
Is that what you mean when you say his happiness is of cardinal significance to me and his feelings opinion I value more greatly than gold?
Yes.
The next paragraph begins with, I didn't write this email to expound upon my secret worship Travis agenda. What does that mean?
Because it sounds throughout the email like I'm putting him on a pedestal, and I really was, but that wasn't really the reason for the email, so that's not, it was kind of just a joke, but that's why I wrote that.
And you also write in this email, I think you're a great person who has never had a single bad intention towards me, and I appreciate all the time you've taken to impart your knowledge, perspectives, and experiences. You didn't hold any ill will to Mr. Abduhadi, right?
No,
You didn't want to kick his ass in the bathroom, like we heard Mr. Alexander did yesterday?
no, I didn't.
As it relates to your understanding, I know we talked, is this part of the conflict between Mr. Alexander and Mr. Abduhadi?
Yeah, that's one component of the whole conflict regarding that subject.
Did you ever ask Travis to write a similar letter to the woman who was hugging him in Oklahoma City?
No, I would never have done that.
Why not?
I didn't feel, well, I didn't like the way it felt when he asked me to end my friendships. So I wouldn't have done that for him, and I've never done that with any of my boyfriends.
Did he ask you to end other friendships with male friends?
Yes.
Could you describe that for us?
Yes, he didn't want me to be friends with John Dixon.
And so we're clear, Mr. Dixon was the gentleman brought up in the tape we heard yesterday?
No, not in the tape. He was the one that we fought about prior to our leaving for Havasupai.
Okay. And he was just a friend, right?
Just a friend. Well, there was sort of a romantic interest there, but it wasn't anything that I would let blossom because he wasn't a member of the church.
Were you encouraged or motivated by Mr. Alexander to write a letter like this to Mr. Dixon?
Yes, I don't think it was quite as long, but there was a similar letter written.
Okay. Was it humiliating to you to write these letters?
It was awkward. I just tried to write from my heart.
And aside from Mr. Abduhadi and Mr. Dixon, were there other males to which Mr. Alexander wanted you to end your friendship?
I can't recall. He was just hostile about most interactions I had with guys, but those two stand out because he actually wanted me to stop being friends with them.
Okay. And you did? In Oklahoma City, well, almost. In Oklahoma City, he demanded that I call Abe right then and there that same night that he saw him and I talking and end our friendship. So I called, I was trying to think of some alternative or something he would be happy with, some kind of compromise. And I couldn't come up with anything, so I reluctantly called him with that in mind, and Abe did most of the talking. He's very chatty. And the more he talked, he seemed kind of level-headed, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it. It seemed confrontational or a little bit bold for me to say, hey, let's stop being friends, and unnecessary at the same time. So what I did instead is I just made a promise to myself that I wouldn't make any effort to contact him at all as long as Travis and I were together.
And this was in Oklahoma City. I want to be specific because we've mentioned a couple different conferences. What year was that?
That was March 2007, Oklahoma City.
And just so we're clear, you went to Oklahoma City with Mr. Alexander in March of 2007 and March of 2008, is that correct?
Yes, both.
Okay. And when you went in March of 2008, this was subsequent to a history trip, correct? Or did you just go to?
Yeah, it was all the same trip, but we hit all the church history sites first, then went to convention.
Okay. Did Mr. Alexander, well, let's talk about this. Did Mr. Alexander ever encourage you to end friendships with women?
Yes.
Could you describe that for us?
Yes, he didn't like my friend Rachel. One of the only close friends I had in the church. I met her in Palm Desert. She went to the same branch. The branch is the same thing as a ward. They just call it a branch when it's a smaller number of members in the group. So it was a branch in Palm Desert. She was part of that, and our friendship blossomed. And
Was this the same Rachel you lived with when you moved to Mesa?
yes, that's the one I moved in with.
And to your understanding, why did Mr. Alexander want you to end your relationship, your friendship with Rachel?
He became hostile not toward her, because he didn't interact with her a lot, but anytime she came up in our conversations, after I had a conversation with him, which came after she and I had the conversation that we need to go to our bishops.
Yourself and Rachel had a conversation about going to the bishop. Could you, what does that mean, or could you just explain that to us?
Yes, my understanding is when you're a member of the church, most things, if you know, we're all sinners, is the idea, nobody's perfect. So you repent, and a lot of times that stays between you and God and within your heart, and you know, you go through your own repentance process until you feel like you have repented sufficiently. But when there are certain sins that are more egregious, it is recommended that you go to your bishop so that he can counsel you and guide you toward back to the straight and narrow, in other words. And so sexual sin is definitely on that list.
So your conversation with Rachel then related to sexual sin?
Yes.
Okay. And was this the same conversation you referred to a while back about where you told her you were having oral sex with Travis?
Yes.
Okay. And did Travis want you to go to the bishop with this information?
No.
And would I be correct in assuming then that Travis wanted you to end your friendship with Rachel because she encouraged you to go to the bishop?
He was just hostile about her afterward. I don't really know the reason.
Okay. Aside from Rachel, did he want you to end your friendship with anyone else? Any other females, excuse me?
Nobody comes to mind. I want to say yes, but I can't think of anybody.
Okay. Getting back to the text messages, you mentioned that on May 26th, he called you a whore. Moving back in time, were there other text messages where he called you names?
When I was looking through these just now, it seemed like they were more like complaints or accusations of things that I did wrong.
No, that wasn't my question. Apart from calling you names, if I heard you correctly, you said there was accusations in these text messages? Is that what you said?
Accusations and complaints about just things that he felt I did wrong, or things that didn't please him.
Okay. Let's start with accusations, and then we'll work our way back to the things you did wrong. And if they're one and the same, so be it. What were the accusations he made against you in text messages? And if you need a minute to look, please do.
Okay. There was a bunch in here. I don't know how many examples you want because it's full of them.
Okay. Judge, do you want to take a break before we begin?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be back 3:20. We will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition, you are excused. Thanks, please be seated. Ms. Arias, would you please take a stand?
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, before we delve too far into the text messages, I neglected to ask when you were talking about your friendship with Rachel Blaney and her suggestion that that you go to the bishop. Did you have a conversation with Travis about her suggestion?
Yes, and just for the record, it's Rachel Bennett. Sorry.
Bennett, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It was Rachel Bennett.
What's that?
It was. I think she's divorced.
Okay. Rachel. You have this conversation with Rachel, and you talked to Travis about it, and based on your conversation with Rachel, it sounded like you wanted to go to the bishop. Is that accurate?
I felt it necessary at that point based on what Rachel told me.
Did Travis want you to go to the bishop?
No.
What was your understanding of the reasons that he did not want you to go to the bishop?
He had had this problem before. It was embarrassing to him, and he did not want to go to his bishop. I offered, that's okay, that I'll just go to mine. And that's when I learned that if I go to my bishop, there's a high potential that his bishop, my bishop would call his bishop, and then he'd get called into the bishop's office, and that would create problems for him.
Why would that, what was your understanding of what problems that would create for him?
I wasn't sure. I just know that he and Deanna had had their temple recommends taken away at one point. That's what he told me, because of the same activities.
What was your understanding of Mr. Alexander's, for lack of a better way of putting it, status in the church?
Well, I was actually real nervous about talking to him because he baptized me.
What was for understanding the status?
She's explaining.
In order to baptize, you have to have you have to hold the priesthood. He was a holder of the Melchizedek priesthood, which is a greater priesthood. So my understanding of it at that time was that when you hold the priesthood, you're delegated with a certain authority to act for God. He had read the Book of Mormon 23 times at that point. He could quote hundreds of scriptures, maybe more, from memory. He knew all the doctrine through and through. At least I believed he did, including what Mormons refer to as deep doctrine, which are types of doctrine that aren't immediately shared with non-members, if at all, and they aren't immediately shared with new members either, but maybe eventually, depending on their progress in the church. And I mean, he wore his temple garments. He went to the temple. He'd been a church member for over a decade. He baptized me. It just seemed like he was a lot farther along in his knowledge and authority in the church than I was. I hadn't even been a member for a year at this point, and a year is a significant milestone in the church.
How so?
After being a church member for a year, if you've lived worthily for that year, you are eligible to enter the temple.
So, are you telling us then that you felt as if his knowledge was so much greater than yours, so his decisions on these issues, or his beliefs on these issues were more informed than yours?
I believed he was superior to me in all matters of our mutual religion, and I understood his embarrassment, and I also I believed that he understood where the line should be drawn as far as the law of chastity goes, and that, I don't know, I mean, we did go all the way like a few days before, so I knew that we had crossed that line, but, I mean, I knew for certain, all the other things aside, but I didn't want to cause any problems for him.
So, after you had this discussion about telling the bishop, you wanted to, he didn't, and you didn't. Is that accurate?
Well, I can't really even say I wanted to. I felt like I had to. It was not like I was looking forward to it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Getting back to these text messages, and I know you've had a chance to look at them a little further. Rather than going backwards, perhaps, we'll go back in time and move towards 2008. Earlier during your testimony, we saw a couple pictures of that you testified were pictures of Mr. Alexander's penis that he had sent to you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Having reviewed those text messages, are there other times in which he sent you pictures of his penis or erection?
Yes.
And do you remember when those were, having looked at the text messages? And if you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
Yes. They would have been February 2008.
Okay. And the messages you see, are those just the verbiage, or are there more pictures associated with those text messages you have before you?
There are pictures associated with these text messages, but the pictures aren't here,
Okay.
just the text.
Okay. How often did Mr. Alexander, well, we've heard of 2 occasions when he sent you a picture of his penis. Were there other occasions when he did that?
There were other occasions.
Do you remember how many more?
Several, not tons, but there were many times.
Okay. What was that?
I mean, I couldn't count,
Okay,
somewhere around 10. I mean, over 10, under 20, I would say.
okay. Did you ever request these pictures?
Sometimes.
Why?
I requested pictures of him, but not his, that, if that's what you mean,
Is that, what do you mean by that?
his penis.
Are you embarrassed to say penis?
Oh, yeah, well, in public, yeah.
Okay. You never requested pictures of his penis, but he sent them to you. At the same time, having reviewed some of these text messages, were there times when he would request pictures of you that via text message?
Yes.
And having reviewed some of those text messages, and if you need to take a look at it, just let us know. When did those requests happen?
They happen many times, but these text messages show there was someone on February. February 25th, 2008.
Now, looking at February 5th, 2008,
25th.
huh?
25th.
25th, excuse me, 2008. There are a series of messages. Well, let me ask you this. When you look at these messages, whose phone are these based on? When a message says incoming, does that mean incoming to your phone or incoming to Mr. Alexander's phone?
It would be incoming to Travis's phone, like a message he received.
Okay. And on the 25th of February 2008, it appears there were numerous text messages that day. Would that be fair to your recollection?
Yes, we were going back and forth for the whole weekend, I think.
For what?
Almost the whole weekend.
Okay. And if you look at those messages, one could get the impression that you were texting Travis and he wasn't texting you back. To your recollection of events, is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Are there text messages that you sent Mr. Alexander that are not included in the data that is before you?
Yes, I was responding to him and he was responding to me back and forth for this entire thread, but all of his they must be deleted because they're not here.
Okay. You said, before we get into the content of some of these, you said that you were going back and forth that weekend. Was there something going on that weekend between you and Mr. Alexander that isn't reflected in these text messages?
Yes. Well, it's not very detailed in the text messages.
Okay. Since it's not, please provide us that detail. Was there an argument? Was there a vacation? What was going on in the February 25th, or I guess it was a weekend? What was going on that weekend?
Well, it started as an invitation. He was going to take me somewhere I got some articles of organization for him to start an LLC, and he wanted me to do all the footwork for it, and he would pay to have it published. And so he said, by doing that, I want to take you out to dinner to this place that you'll really love. And he didn't want to tell me where it was. He just said it's something right, something totally you, you'd love it. And so it was something he kind of talked up a little. And it wasn't like set in stone, this date, but I guess it was in his mind. Otherwise, I would have never taken off because it sounded like a fun date. But instead, I was talking to Gus Searcy, and he was doing a presentation in Las Vegas. And I went out there for the weekend to see the presentation and go to a few things, just shows and things around in Las Vegas, just a weekend to relax a little bit. And I didn't tell Travis I was going, and he got very upset about it and offended and hurt that he accused me of ditching out on our date.
Okay. So this was the reason for the flurry of text messages then?
No, actually, because what happened was, after that argument, he apologized and I apologized because I felt like, I didn't mean to skip out on this date. I didn't understand that it was set in stone. So I felt really bad because he seemed very upset about it. And after that, just like almost always after we're done apologizing, it led to something sexual. And so we started going back and forth on our text messages, and they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier. And so it was kind of like just foreplay to when I got back to Mesa.
You mentioned, like it always does, it got sexual after an argument. And you mentioned makeup sex before. Why did it get, from your perspective, why did it get sexual after an argument?
Travis had this cute little term called de-stressing, and I thought that was interesting. So it's something we began to, it was like a code word in our relationship. So when he was stressed out, his way to de-stress would be sex. So arguments were stressful, and that was a good way to blow off steam and feel better afterward.
By sex, are we including oral sex, anal sex, or vaginal sex? Is that what,
Yeah, all of the above.
all the above was de-stressing?
Well, whatever the activity entailed that day.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you were in Vegas, and from what you told us earlier, you said it became sexual, and you said he was asking for pictures that day?
Yes.
Okay. And by pictures, would I be correct in assuming we're talking about nude photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received these requests from Mr. Alexander for nude photographs of yourself, where were you?
I was hanging out with Gus in his motorhome. We were watching The Prestige.
Okay. When Mr. Alexander sent you the text messages requesting dirty pictures, did you have dirty pictures as you said? Did you have those on your phone?
No, I didn't keep him on my phone.
Okay. So, did the request then involve making a new, current picture of yourself?
In order to fulfill the request, I would have had to.
Okay. Did you end up fulfilling that request?
I did my best.
And I know it might be embarrassing, but what did you do to do your best?
Obviously, I'm not going to do anything like that with Gus there, so I went into the bathroom, and it's a motorhome, so it's a very small, cramped bathroom, and he wanted a photo, and the lighting was poor, I just did the best I could.
What did he want a photo of?
Oh, my butt.
So do you remove your clothing to take a picture of your buttocks for Mr. Alexander?
Not all my clothing, just my pants
Okay.
and my underwear.
What was that?
Just my pants and my underwear.
Why do you do that?
Because he responded positively or favorably toward those things. So there was incentive in that regard.
Okay. Before we move off the subject, did you fulfill requests like this more than this one occasion?
Yes.
Can you recall another occasion when you were asked to do this?
I'm drawing a blank. I mean, I know that was something that happened in our relationship, but I'm drawing a blank.
Okay. It wasn't uncommon for you then to get these requests and go off to fulfill them. Is that fair to say?
It wasn't uncommon, but it wasn't very frequent.
Okay. But you never stored these photos on your phone. Is that what you were telling us before?
They got deleted, yes.
Okay. So were they all requests, did he request that you send pictures of particular body parts and at different occasions?
He only requested that specifically, that I remember.
Okay. How did you feel doing that?
Kind of like a voyeur a little bit. I mean, it wasn't, I don't know, I felt a little awkward, like if it was a picture that wasn't very flattering, I would delete it and try again, and then delete it and try again, and then if it was like, okay, that one looks, he'll like that one, so I would send it, and it wasn't so much that was uncomfortable, but it was outweighed by the fact that I liked his response in return.
And so when you sent him these pictures, you see in these text messages positive responses from him, or are those not present as it relates to February 25th?
His responses are not present, but I did receive positive, they were not angry or negative by any means.
When you say positive response, what are we talking about? And if you need to look back at the entire dialogue of that day, please do so.
I can see that I'm responding to things he said, and we were trying to top each other. His responses aren't here. But there are different things that we're talking about.
Okay. Would it be fair to characterize his responses on that day as sexual?
Yes, exactly that.
Okay.
One of the things that we spoke about earlier was, well, let me ask you this. Did he send you, looking at these text messages, did he send you other text messages of a sexual nature?
Yes, he did.
Can you recall any of those for us?
There's one in here. I mean, I can find it if you'd like. It was
Sure.
Okay. I'm not finding the one I was looking for.
Okay. Jodi, let me back up a step then and ask you this. Apart from the sexual text messages, well, let me ask you this. We talked about, before we completely get off this sexual text messages, did he ever ask you, ever make reference or requests of you to wear your hair in braids in these text messages?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. Do you ever remember him making specific requests to you via text message to wear the Spider-Man underwear?
I remember him making requests. I don't know if it was over text or the phone, but I remember responding about them in the text messages.
Okay. Yesterday, you told us about a trip you made to Walgreens in order to obtain candy that would be used as sexual props. Do you remember sending or receiving a text message related to that?
I remember sending and receiving text messages that night. I don't know if we were referring to the Pop Rocks, or I think it was more about how I'm not comfortable going into the store. I think I put, because I'm dressed like a slut.
Okay. Did Travis ever send you text messages in which he was, and I forget the words you used earlier, so I'm just gonna say that if he was mean to you in these
Yes.
text messages? Recount for us, if you will, times that he was mean to you in these text messages.
Can I look at the text
Yes.
messages? Okay. He got meaner after I moved, so skip to that.
Chris, are those text messages you have in front of you, are they dated?
Yes.
You take a look at the text messages related to the time around March 30th of 2008.
Yeah. If you want to reference the number, you can look at that.
No, just review them and describe for us what Mr. Alexander was conveying to you in those messages.
It's a fight that started because I hung up on him because he was swearing at me.
To your understanding, why was Mr. Alexander swearing at you?
He was swearing because he got upset. I don't really remember what this argument was about. There were so many, but he mentioned something about something having to do with prepaid legal.
And was he mad at you or mad in general related to something at prepaid legal?
It appears that he was mad at me because I was stressing him out because I made a comment about not making Players Club, which is a monthly qualification. The Players Club is, I don't remember it specifically now, it's been so long, but it was a level of production. They counted certain memberships that you sold or recruits as counters, and so a certain number of counters each month got you into the Players Club.
And I got a little confused there. He was mad at you for commenting on how he didn't get into Players Club? Is
How
that?
I didn't. He said here I was moaning about it, but I think I just mentioned it. I don't remember moaning about it.
You don't remember what?
He says he was talking about how I was moaning about not making Players Club,
Okay. About him not making.
about me not making
Okay.
Players Club.
And so
He
he
always
was,
made Players Club.
what's that?
He always made Players Club.
Okay. And that Players Club is a level in prepaid legal?
It's more a qualification. It doesn't have to do with your actual level. You can be any level and be in Players Club or not, I think.
Okay. So he was mad at you for not making Players Club?
No, he was mad at me bringing up the fact that I didn't make Players Club that month.
Okay. And that that led to him cussing at you?
Yes, I hung up because he started swearing.
In general or at you? Was he calling you names? Do you remember what he said?
I don't remember, but he was being very negative toward me, and I didn't like listening to it, so I hung up so I didn't have to hear it anymore.
Okay. Was it hard on you to hang up on him?
Yes, very hard.
Had he hung up on you before?
I think he has. Nothing really stands out, but yeah, I'm sure he has.
When you hung up on him, how did he react? Is that what we see in the text messages? Without telling us what is said, is that what we see in the text messages, his reaction?
It's not about hanging up, it's more about, just more of the same that he was talking about in the conversation that caused me to hang up.
Okay. Was this commentary on your abilities within prepaid legal?
No, it was about, he's accusing me of stressing him out.
So when you brought up your problems to him, he accused you of stressing him out and began yelling at you. Is that right?
Yes, but I don't think that's what the conversation was supposed to be about. It appears that I was trying to tell him something that would be to his benefit, not advice, but a piece of information that he could use.
Okay. Earlier, you had mentioned, I'm going to draw your attention to 4/8 of '08. And there's a text message there that lasts about or does last more than an entire page, at timestamp 1921. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the reference to the argument you had earlier about this person that was Michelle or Mimi or Marie?
It was Marie, but this is a completely new argument about something
Okay.
different the next day.
What is this argument about then the next day?
Before I left his house, the day I pulled out of his house, I wish I could remember what it was because it's sentimental, but he had some kind of drawing or something that he was giving to me. And because he was giving it to me, I asked him to sign it, and he signed it and said something nice on it. And then I forgot it as I was leaving. It was just a spacey thing that I did, and he got very upset and accused me of being rude and insensitive and dramatic because I left it. He thought I left it behind on purpose, like I was trying to tell him something, but it was really just something I forgot to take with me.
Okay. And he was upset with you about that, for getting it?
Yeah, he was very mad. He thought that because he had signed it, now he can't give it to anybody else. So it's like, and I don't know, I guess because I didn't take it, he thought I didn't want it, but I did want it, I just forgot it.
Okay. And I don't understand why he was angry. Did you ever explain to him that you just forgot it?
Yeah, I explained extensively here that it was just an honest mistake. I just forgot it. I forgot about it. There were so many other things going on when I was leaving.
That was the day you were having the fight,
Yes,
and he was flipping you off as you were leaving, right?
yes.
Okay. And I guess I'm a little confused, and maybe you can enlighten us. What was the big deal? Why couldn't it just be mailed to you or brought up to you when he was coming to Wairika?
I don't know. He mailed other things to me after I moved, and there were plans for him to come to Wairika. It was paper, whatever it was, that I'm trying to remember what it was. So he felt that it was just another dramatic thing that I did, and I don't know, he was kind of a bully about it.
Kind of a what?
A bully. It's
Okay.
just more bullying.
I want to move away from the text messages and show you what has been marked as Exhibit 399, if I may approach. Take a look at that for us, Ms. Arias. See if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's just a little rhyme that I wrote when I was up very late one night, sent it to him, just to be silly.
Him being home.
Travis.
And do you recall from looking at that when you sent that particular item?
I sent it on May 19th, 2008 at 3:15 in the morning.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 399.
No objection.
399 is admitted.
You mentioned you sent this at about 3:15 in the morning. Is that when you wrote it?
Right before that.
Okay.
I just composed it real fast, just being silly.
What's that?
I just composed it really fast, just trying to think of something that would rhyme.
And why did you feel inspired to write a poem to Mr. Alexander?
Sometimes just a little line will come to my mind that rhymes, so I'll just build on that. And also he was a good poet too.
He was what?
He was a good poet.
Judge, rather than display it on the display, I'd request it to be published by having Ms. Arias read it.
Maybe so.
Just read your poem, please.
Do you want me to read the first sentence that's not part of the poem?
No, just the poem, please.
Okay. It says, "How doth the mind of the Lord see it fitting that I should be bored, that I might compose some poetry and send it speedily off to thee. But I thinkest that, in fact, if I am bored, then I must act, for it is my own restless mind that has responded this way in kind. And for that boredom of which I speak, I am still grateful, for it's not bleak. I am still happy, for there is much I can still do for it and such, like send an email after 3 and read another book, you see. So here's to wishing you a time that's full of happiness and rhyme. May your days be full of stimulation and not just in simulation, but in reality, just the way you'd have it be."
What were you hoping, how were you hoping that that poem would be received?
The same way my previous poems had been received. He expressed gratitude, awe, just something positive usually. He complimented me.
In May of 2008, we had talked about some of the things you mentioned, helping him incorporate. You mentioned acting as his maid. You mentioned helping him in his prepaid legal business. When you lived in Wairika, did you help him with any of his philanthropic adventures?
Can you be more specific?
Aaron, if I may approach again?
Yes.
For the record, I'm going to show Ms. Arias what has been marked exhibit number 406. Please review this entire document to yourself and let us know when you're done.
Yes, I remember this email.
Okay. What was this subject matter of that email or your discussion?
There were several subjects. Part of it was I was expressing just the discontent that I had in the past about our relationship having never been public, and the expressing my discontent about the constant shadow that Deanna always casted, probably unknowingly, over our relationship at that time, and how we had to hide it from her. And he started a website, I started a website with my photography at that time, and he told me that he would post a link to my website on his page, on his website, and I said, I'll do the same for you. And then when it came down to it, he kept stalling and saying, oh, I have to talk to Sean, I have to talk to Sean. That was the guy who was helping with his web hosting. And so I kind of got the sense that he didn't want to do it because he was getting pressure from his friends about our friendship. And just different things, a bunch of things. I just felt like I want to just take the pressure off him. Like, if it's that hard to be friends, let's just cool it a little bit. Like, I still wanted to be his friend, but I didn't want him to feel like that our friendship had to be a burden.
Okay. And when did you send that email?
May 16th, 2008, a little after midnight.
A little after what?
32 minutes after midnight.
Okay. And you sent that to Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 406.
Objection, hearsay.
Exhibit 406 is admitted.
Ms. Arias, I want to ask you about a couple of things you said in this email, just so we have an understanding of exactly what you meant in certain areas. I want to begin with the second, the portion of the letter that begins with, directly follows, "Here goes."
Okay.
Okay? You say to Travis, "I realize after further introspection why it is that I asked you to give me a little mention in your next post as credit for the task of editing and grammar and typing the lengthy thing out." What's that a reference to?
Travis was was writing a book on personal development and being a better person.
And from what this sentence would say, then it sounds like you were editing that book, or could you describe that for us?
His friend Katie Barnes had edited and typed the introduction, and he asked if I would edit and type the first chapter.
And you say Katie Barnes, this is the Katie that's referenced here?
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds like, looking at it, you said, it's much longer, it would make me feel good to have a little recognition thrown my way. Were you hurt by the fact that she got recognition that you didn't?
I wouldn't say hurt, I was a little bugged. I mean, the intro was very short, and he wrote special thanks to Katie Barnes, and I thought, well, that's nice of him. And then I joked actually about it. I didn't think he would, because I don't know. But I said, make sure you put special thanks to Jodi Arias, just as a joke. And he said, I can't do that.
And what was your understanding of why he couldn't do that?
His friends, the Hugheses, gave him a hard time, and he said that they made his life hell whenever he would talk about our friendship.
Okay. So at this point in time, at least at some level then, it wasn't just the sex that was a secret, but it was your friendship altogether.
Yeah, our very association had to be a secret now, from then.
Okay. You say, and I'm looking down here with this sentence that begins with but my, you see that?
Yes.
Where I pointed to? But my cry for a little recognition comes from a place within me that feels it was never adequately gratified and that it thirsted to be validated. Not just as some girlfriend, but as your girlfriend. What did you mean by that?
Well, almost the entire time I'd known him, the extent of our association was a secret. So I just tolerated it, and I tried not to let it bother me by not thinking about it. And so when he said, I can't do that, and now we're not even boyfriend-girlfriend anymore, and he still can't do that, or claims he can't, I realized how much it kind of bugged me. I didn't realize it until I was walking to work one day and thinking about the phone call we had just had. And so when I got back from work, I composed that email.
Okay. Was there ever consideration, this is May 16th, 2008, was there ever consideration to the fact that, we're having phone sex, we're talking, I'm doing this work for him, he still doesn't want to recognize me as his friend. Is there ever a thought in your mind saying, okay, I'm done with this guy, I don't want to be friends with this guy anymore, I don't want to associate with him anymore?
No, I never thought anything extreme like that.
Why would that have been extreme to you?
Well, Travis and I had been through a lot, so I couldn't foresee us I couldn't foresee myself completely exiling him from my life. I just wanted us both to be happy, and I wanted things to be cordial between us.
At the first paragraph of this next page, you say that you find yourself now wishing to be recognized as your friend, referring to Travis. But you talk about the recognition within his entire circle of friends. Sounds to me like it was more than just Chris and Scott Hughes.
Yeah, I guess it was. I didn't have anyone specific in mind, but I knew that there were, how do I put it? I guess I knew that, like, he was, I really don't know what I meant by that. I just wanted to be able to be open about our friendship in public and like, hey, we're friends, it's cool. You know,
Okay.
not just all this drama that we had been going through.
Okay. You talk about his mode of operation with Deanna. Before we go into what you say about it, what do you mean when you say his mode of operation with Deanna?
He had to constantly hide me from Deanna even after we broke up. There were times when I was dropping him off at his house after I moved to Mesa, and he said, Deanna's there, make sure she doesn't see your car, park it down the street and drop me off. And I thought, we're not even dating, and he said, it won't matter to her, she'll freak out. So, and then when we came back from Oklahoma City in 2008, he dropped me off at a quick stop in the middle of the night in North Phoenix, because he had to swing by Deanna's house to pick up his dog Napoleon because she was babysitting him. He didn't want me to go with him because he didn't want her to know that we had went on the trip together.
This, you've spoken a couple different times now about how, he said Deanna would get crazy or she'd be upset or things of that nature. Did you ever see any evidence on Miss Reed's part that she acted in a way that supported the concerns Travis was expressing to you?
I saw something that I thought was kind of odd, but maybe not quite to the extreme. I felt Travis was exaggerating, even though the behavior to me was odd.
Okay. What was that behavior?
At the beginning of October 2006, Travis left for General Conference, which is a twice yearly event that happens in the church where all the general authorities in the church, including the president of the church, get together at the conference center in Salt Lake City, and they give talks and different things. And the whole event happens, I think, on a Saturday and Sunday, and it is streamed live and broadcast around the world for all church members and non-church members who are curious. The conference center is huge, and there was a new one recently built. I mean, within the last, it's somewhat new. And Travis had an opportunity to go to this conference that time with some friends from his church. And unless he traveled to California, he would usually leave Napoleon at home. So he needed somebody to watch his dog because he felt that Napoleon could get lonely. His roommates didn't pay a lot of attention to him. So he asked if I would stay at his house to pet sit for the weekend. And so I did that. And one night, the following weekend was when we were going to New Mexico. So I knew that trip was already planned. And I was at his house. I got this chocolate chip cookie recipe from the pastry chef at Ventana to try out this recipe for cookies to see if it was cheap, to see if we could just take a whole bag of cookies on our trip, because we didn't have a lot of money, but that would have been a way to just eat partially on our trip. So I'm baking these cookies, I'm sitting down watching TV, Napoleon's sitting next to me on the couch. John Hepworth is there, but he stepped outside. He was on the phone, and he went out the front door and stepped outside. And then all of a sudden the front door opens, and I thought at first it was John. Napoleon goes flying off the couch, barking and running toward the front door, and then I hear a woman's voice. But the lights were turned off in the entryway, so I didn't see who it was. And for some reason I thought it might have been John's wife, because he had been talking to her. She lived in Utah, and he couldn't go to Utah for some legal reason at that time. So, but then she came into view and I recognized her as Deanna, and it was kind of awkward. I actually was a little bit scared because of the things that Travis had said about her, and I mean, all the information I had was from Travis and the Hugheses about her, and most of it was negative. So she said hi, and I said, I'd never officially met her or even interacted with her personally. So I said, you're Deanna, right? She said, yeah. And I said, I'm Jodi. She said, I know who you are. And not in a rude way or anything, just kind of just brief. And then all of a sudden she ran upstairs, or she said she ran upstairs into his room and shut the door and stayed in there for about 10 minutes. But by this time, I mean, we're in East Mesa and she lived in North Phoenix. I told her Travis isn't here, and she said, I know. So she knew he wasn't home, but she came over to his house and walks in the door and ran up to his room and shut the door and locked herself in there for 10 minutes. So I didn't know what to do. I just sat down on the couch and waited, kept watching TV. And about 10 minutes later, maybe 15, she comes out of the room, comes downstairs, goes into his office and shuts the door there. And I don't know if she locked it or not. I think Napoleon went into the office with her that time. And I'm thinking, what's going on? So I just waited, and then she came out of the office and walked into the kitchen and looked around, and unfortunately I didn't scale the recipe down. It was a restaurant recipe, so I had tons of cookies already that I didn't think to refrigerate the dough. So she's looking around, and there's cookies everywhere, and there's more in the oven and more on the tray ready to go in the oven. And I offered her some cookies, and she declined, and she said she was just in town for someone's birthday. And that she just came by because she was looking for a book. And so after that, she left empty-handed.
Okay. And in terms of did Travis comment on Deanna's reaction to that event?
Yes.
Did he lead you to believe that she was upset or angry?
Yes.
Did you see that in her behavior?
No, she seemed friendly, and other than that, other than her behavior, her demeanor seemed kind of normal. Nice.
Sounds similar to the situation when you walked in and Lisa Andrews saw you, right?
Yeah, except Deanna didn't turn and leave. She stayed for a while.
All right. You talk about Travis didn't want to deal with Deanna's interrogations and emotions. You never saw any evidence of Deanna interrogating Travis about this. Is that accurate?
Interrogating Travis about what?
About you or about anything?
I actually saw one incident when we were on our first history trip, or I saw him venting to his grandmother over the phone about the incident.
Okay. But not her?
Nothing from her exactly, directly, no.
You say right here, this paragraph beginning with well. Well, I'm going to make it easier for you. And it looks like you're telling him that you want to kind of end your friendship. Is that accurate?
No, I didn't want to end our friendship. I didn't want him to feel obligated to be my friend in order to spare my feelings. I wanted him to only be my friend if that was his desire to be, not because he felt he had to be.
You say that, in contrast, you weren't private or secretive about your friendship with him. Is that what you're telling us here?
Yeah, there's a typo, I think, in the second sentence, but yeah, I was not ashamed to call him my friend.
You said, you know, you even go specifically in the bottom of the page, you say, you see, I have no shame in being your friend. Were you under the impression that Travis was ashamed of having you as a friend?
I got that impression from him about the Hugheses.
Okay. If anyone ever tried to guilt me or judge me, you would put them in their place. You were proud of Travis. You cared about him, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't let anyone say anything negative about him.
In fact, you didn't really like to say anything negative about him or to him, did you?
That's correct.
And this was in May 2008, right?
Yes.
You tell him that you care very much about your happiness and well-being. Still meant a lot to you at that time too, right?
Yeah, I cared about him.
So much so it sounds like that you were willing to sacrifice or at least back off of your friendship, if it was better for him.
I wasn't sure specifically what that might have entailed, but I wanted him to know that he didn't have to, I didn't want him to feel the stress that he might have felt just by being my friend.
You also say, I love you, and I will always be here for you as your friend and confidant. May 16, 2008, you say you love him, right?
Yes,
Did you mean that?
of course.
Did you also mean the part where you say you'll always be here as his friend and confidant?
Yes.
After Mr. Alexander received this message, do you recall what the next form of contact was? Did you speak on the phone, text message, email? Do you recall?
When I began composing that email, we were already chatting, and he was already irritated over something. So I told him, I think it was about the subject of the link on his website. So that was another thing that just made me think he doesn't want to be public even about our friendship. So that's when I said, well, I told him, hold on, I'm writing you an email. So I wrote out the email. He was upset at the prospect of receiving the email because he's wanted to know why I would send him an email about something that I know is going to make him upset. And I explained to him that whether or not it makes you upset, you're my friend and this is something I have to tell you. So I made that email. I didn't think it was very mean or aggressive or hostile, but he took offense to it and it led to another fight.
Now you say this led to another fight. Was this fight a verbal fight, or was this in some other fashion?
It was just an argument that took place over that same chat conversation, which continued.
And is this the one where he calls you a three-hole wonder and a slut?
No, this is a different one.
Okay. Do you recall what he says to you in this conversation?
Not particularly. He was just very upset, mean, and, well, not mean, not as mean as he's been or would be afterward, but he claimed that he didn't get what I was trying to say, and he said, are you trying to say I should put a link up? And I said, no, that's not what I'm trying to say. Reread it. And he said, I read it twice, and I still don't get it. I said, well, I don't see how more plainly I can explain it to you, so, I mean,
Okay. Did you speak, did the two of you have a phone conversation after this email was sent?
I clicked out of the window before he could type anything else that was gonna be mean, and that made him mad because it was sort of the equivalent of hanging up on him. And we either started texting or talking on the phone, I don't remember which, and it was just a little more of the fight until it tapered off or we stopped communicating for that time being.
And you say tapered off. You've told us in the past that these arguments, disagreements wound up in the end turning to of a sexual nature. Did that happen this time?
I don't remember on that particular one how it ended.
But you want to either that or...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the evening recess at this time. Please be back tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. Remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
You can step down. Anything else, council? All right, have a nice evening.